Chapter 76. Yes. The little witch nodded vigorously. Ever since she made the magic potion, she has been thinking about doing some other research. For example, can the magic potion allow muggles to have magic power? Is there an upper limit to the magic power that the magic potion can increase? Does the magic potion have any effect on magical animals? Wait. But because of the relationship between laws and regulations, as well as her busy course schedule, she has no time to do these studies at all. Now hearing Merlin's proposal, the little girl Wolf was tempted. She just hesitated for a moment, and she still bit her lip. But Filch was very cruel when he caught Harry and the others yesterday, and he also sent them to the Forbidden Forest to die. Merlin, you know, Professor Dumbledore does not allow first-year students to enter the Forbidden Forest. I've read the book, and there are many dangerous magical animals in it. I feel that Filch wants to kill them. Hermione lowered her voice but couldn't hide her fear and nervousness. No, I've been in there too, and it's not that dangerous inside. Merlin knew that Hermione would not listen to his persuasion at this time, so he just blew himself up. But you are different from them 290. Hey? What? Hermione was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized that the point of Merlin's words seemed not that there was no danger inside. But he had been in there before. When did you go in? Yesterday afternoon. Shouldn't you be in the herbology class at that time? Hermione remembered Merlin's schedule. After a brief thought, she said what Merlin should have done yesterday. Snape called me to do something. What? The little witch suddenly grabbed Merlin's clothes nervously. He didn't do anything to you. Merlin looked embarrassed. When he said this, he always thought of some bad things. Snape did something to himself, which was very British. However, it's better not to tell Hermione about this evil thought now. Otherwise, she might imagine Harry and Ronald. The picture is too beautiful to think about. Of course not, he just asked me to make potions. That's good. The little witch patted her chest and felt relieved. I thought he punished you to sort out the potion warehouse. That's Ernie and Justin. Thinking of his two unlucky roommates, Merlin also sighed a little. But why would Snape be so kind to teach you to make potions? How could it be kind? Merlin pouted. He just wanted to use me to participate in the Extraordinary Pharmacist Association competition to help him slap the face of those who once looked down on him. This is too. Wait, what did you say? The Extraordinary Pharmacist Association competition. Merlin's beard, you Merlin, are you telling the truth? The little witch grabbed her hair, not believing what she heard. That's the Extraordinary Pharmacist Association. I've seen their recruitment requirements. At least you need to have outstanding contributions and talents in the field of potions to be eligible to participate in the competition. Are you going to be selected? Not yet. Merlin shook his head. No, I didn't say it correctly. Strictly speaking, Snape recommended me to the Potions Championship. Is there any difference? Hermione rolled her eyes. The top 3 players in each Potions Championship will receive an invitation to the Extraordinary Apothecary Association for an assessment. With your strength, there will be no problem as long as you can produce magic potions. In fact, I didn't produce any magic potions. Ah? You. Merlin. I hate you so much. Can't you just say it all at once? You've made me so nervous. Hermione turned her head away in anger, pouting and not wanting to pay attention to Merlin. But Merlin asked back calmly. Then aren't you curious about what potion I used to pass Snape's test? No. Not at all. Hermione said viciously. Well, I was going to tell you about this potion idea that created the latest historical achievement. Since you are not interested. I changed my mind, Merlin, I am very interested now. Hermione heard about the latest potion in history, and immediately turned around and pulled Merlin's hand and started to act like a spoiled child. Please, Merlin, just tell me. Okay. It was almost time for Filch, so Lynn stopped teasing the little witch. He told her about the potion he brewed in Snape's office and how he deliberately set a trap for Snape. Merlin, you are so brave. Hermione opened her mouth wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. She had never thought of such a joke, let alone experimenting on a professor who was the worst to her, Snape. Hermione got goosebumps just thinking about it. Then she grabbed Merlin's hand and asked worriedly. Aren't you worried that you will be expelled? Why would you expel me? Didn't you violate the school rules? Going to the Forbidden Forest, deliberately drugging the professor, raising a dragon, skipping classes. The little witch became more and more excited, and she couldn't even count the number of times Merlin violated the school rules. Have you read A History of Hogwarts? Do you remember how many people were expelled for violating the school rules? It seems, almost none. Hermione said uncertainly. Only 2. Merlin gave the exact number. They were expelled because they were suspected of raising magical animals and threatening their classmates' lives. So what? The little witch still didn't understand what this had to do with what Merlin said. This is what Hogwarts has really taught you. Merlin smiled and explained to the little witch. As a wizard, you should not only learn magic and these methods in school. You should also master the real means of survival in the wizarding world. What is that? The little witch was confused. Merlin thought for a while and looked at a sculpture outside the castle. Did the Fred twins say that there is a secret passage under the sculpture that leads to the outside of the school? The statue of Gregory the Flatterer. Hermione said the name, her face sinister, and nodded. Indeed, I heard them tell Harry and Ronald. I told them that they shouldn't sneak out, but they didn't listen to me. Hermione was still a little angry when she said this. Merlin smiled and rubbed her head. The little witch is still as hateful as in the book. She thought for a while and said. Then do you think that Dumbledore and Filch don't know about the secret passage that Fred and the others know about? They should know about it too. Hermione hesitated, but still admitted it. Why don't they seal it? I don't know. The little witch shook her head. This is the truth you haven't paid attention to. Merlin said easily. In Hogwarts, only situations that may threaten the lives of classmates will be expelled. As for violating school rules, it is actually the behavior tacitly approved by the professors. How is it possible? The little witch couldn't believe what Merlin said. Then you see that the George brothers often violate school rules and lose dozens of points every year, but nothing happens, right? Yes, yes. The little witch nodded blankly. So, the rule of Hogwarts is that it's okay to break the school rules, as long as you don't get caught. That's why Filch showed up at Hogwarts. If a real wizard patrolled the school and filled the corridors with spells, how many people do you think would break the school rules? Maybe, no. The little witch said uncertainly. Yes, Filch is already like this, he's just doing his job. We can only blame Harry and his friends for not learning the skills well enough. Ah. Is that so? Hermione quickly realized what Merlin meant by 2.2. So, Harry and his friends didn't have the ability to escape from Filch, so it's not unfair for them to be caught. Yes. D. Hermione hesitated again. Then will there be any problems if we help Filch like this? Of course. What problems? In the future, we may be able to break the school rules in front of Filch. Ah. The little witch was stunned, and for a moment she didn't react to the fact that Merlin was thinking of such an outrageous thing. Why, don't you want to go to Ravenclaw's private library anytime? Merlin dropped a bombshell. Yes. Hermione didn't hesitate this time and decisively ordered it. Merlin smiled and began to look forward to what Hermione, who had already accepted the violation of school rules, would become. She couldn't be more evil than herself, could she? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and see if the magic potion has any effect on Filch. Before the little witch could react, Merlin took her to Filch. Good afternoon, Mr. Filch. Chapter 77. Merlin. Filch was also a little excited when he saw Merlin appear. But he suddenly thought of something and lowered his head a little embarrassed. I still haven't learned how to cast magic. Of course, sir. Merlin looked at him with a smile. I know, this is not your problem, but the problem of this damn magic crystal. Mr. Merlin, do you know what the problem is? Filch was surprised. Of course. Merlin nodded. I have seen this alchemical prop in a book. To be honest, its design is a little interesting and possible. Really? Filch was obviously excited. He dreamed of casting a spell, but he had tried for so many years and never succeeded. Hearing Merlin's words last time, he finally ignited a little hope. He bought some more props, but he was still uneasy in his heart, fearing that he would fail again. And now, hearing Merlin say that this method might succeed, he finally couldn't help but get excited and his hands trembled. Of course, Mr. Filch, I won't lie to you. Merlin dug out a magic crystal and examined it, then explained the principle to Filch. This is an alchemical tool that is specially used to charge some alchemical products that require long-term consumption of magic power. It's a bit like a battery in the Muggle world. The person who invented this device has no problem with his starting point. He used the magic crystal to arrange a magic circle and fill it with magic power. In this way, as long as the wand can output even a trace of magic power, it can mobilize the surrounding magic power. Filch has also listened to many similar courses, and he quickly understood what Lin meant. Nodding, his eyes were filled with expectation. So, Mr. Merlin, this method is really possible, right? Yes. But why did I fail after trying several times? And is there something wrong with this magic crystal? Filch asked cautiously. Maybe you met a dishonest merchant when you bought it. This magic crystal is bad and there is no magic power in it. Merlin activated his magic power, and the magic crystal in his hand suddenly lit up a light, and then maintained a translucent crystal color. Look, Mr. Filch, this is what the magic crystal looks like when it has magic power. The one you used just now is the state without magic power. FFFFLX. As long as I change the magic crystal, I can use magic, right? Filch spoke first, and it seemed that he couldn't wait to buy it. Merlin was silent for a while, but still nodded. This is theoretically possible. After all, it is not difficult to cast a spell after having magic power. However, Mr. Filch, I said before that I would find a way to study why you can't use magic. Now, I have made some progress. I wonder if you are willing to try it. Merlin paused and took out the magic potion. It may be more convenient than this, and you don't need to prepare a magic circle. Is there progress so soon? Mr. Merlin, are you lying to me? Have you solved the problem of the squib casting spell? Filch's lips trembled, but he still couldn't believe what Merlin said. After all, it has only been a week since he said he would study this problem. Even if Merlin were alive, he might not be able to think of a solution. Strictly speaking, it's not a solution, but it's similar to the method you're using now, but I changed it to a potion. After drinking this potion, the magic power in the wizard's body will increase slightly. If it works for wizards, then it may work for you, Mr. Filch. I can ensure that the potion has no side effects, but it doesn't guarantee successful casting. And for subsequent research, you may need to cooperate with me to do some research after drinking it. I hope you can consider. Don't think about it, I'll drink it now. Filch took the potion, raised his head and drank it all without hesitation. It tastes good. After praising, Filch asked what he should do now. Just wait. If you feel something different in your body, use the magic you want to use most immediately. $7,2727. Filch agreed repeatedly and stood aside anxiously. Merlin, is this really possible? Hermione was still a little skeptical. After all, the function of the magic potion is to increase the magic power in the wizard's body. Can a squib without magic power also be increased? One is a change, and the other is a qualitative change, which are completely different things. Maybe, but don't we just want to give it a try? Merlin stood aside, waiting for Filch's test results with Hermione. Chatting casually by the way. After knowing that Merlin was going to open a shop in Diagon Alley, the little witch couldn't sit still. Wait, Merlin, how could you go? There can't be a secret passage directly to Diagon Alley in the school, right? In fact, Professor Dumbledore has applied for a flow network leading there. If the store opens, it should be more convenient for me to go there. I envy you. Hermione's eyes were filled with excitement and joy. As a little wizard in the Muggle world, the places she wanted to hang out the most were Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. It was a pity that she was busy buying stationery and books when school started, and she didn't have much money left after buying them. She hurried home without even tasting the food in the wizarding world. Not being able to stroll around Diagon Alley has always been a regret for the little witch. And Hogsmeade is not a place that a little wizard of her age can go. Do you really want to go to Diagon Alley? Yet. Hermione nodded vigorously, her hair bouncing behind her head, which was particularly eye-catching. I'm going to eat the ice cream in Mr. Fusco's shop. I heard it's very delicious. Then I'm going to buy some candy and trinkets. If there are books that are not in the Ravenclaw library, you can also buy them at Flourish and Blots. He said 4 or 5 things in a scattered manner. In short, Hermione wants to go shopping. Merlin was a little surprised to see Hermione like this. I didn't expect that the elementary school bully would want to go shopping. But this seems much more real. After all, it is the nature of little wizards of this age to be lively, active, and playful. After thinking for a while, he rubbed Sister May's inner pocket. Then I will take you with me next time I go. Is it okay? Hermione's eyes were full of stars, very excited. Since you have applied for it, then you will definitely be my alchemy assistant. Merlin said easily. He believed that neither Dumbledore nor McGonagall would refuse Hermione because of this request. Got it. Got it. Just when the two were discussing what to do after going to Diagon Alley, Filch suddenly stood up and shouted. He rushed over and stopped in front of Merlin with trembling hands. Mr. Merlin, come and feel it, is this magic? I drank the potion as you said, and now I can feel a force running through my body. So fast. Merlin was also a little surprised. Magic is normally distributed throughout the wizard's body, and it is rare for someone to feel a stream of magic when it is enhanced. This situation is more like the magic can't be controlled. DB. Merlin suddenly thought of something and changed his face. This sounds like a characteristic that only Obscurus has. Could it be that Squibs will become Obscurus after learning magic? Is this the reason why they can't feel magic in their bodies and can't use magic? This is not good news. But now there is no time to think about it, Merlin shouted at Filch. Use magic quickly. No matter what, use the magic you want to use most and release a lot of magic. Okay. I'm thinking. Filch responded loudly, and the magic in his body became more and more abundant, and even his swollen body was a little painful. He raised his hand and wanted to release magic. But there was nothing in his mind, it was a blank, and he couldn't think of any spell at all. Quick, quick! Any spell! Luminescent flash, whirlwind sweep, armor protection, clear water like a spring, clean up. Anything is fine, hurry up. Merlin urged. Yes. Clean up. That's it. Filch's eyes suddenly lit up. The first time he met Merlin, this little wizard used this magic to help him, and helped him rebuild his confidence in learning magic. Now he also helps him learn to cast magic. Then use this magic as a response to Merlin's help. Clean up. Filch raised his wand and quickly said the spell to the castle. Merlin's face changed instantly after hearing the spell. Who would have thought that Filch actually pronounced the spell wrong? Cleaning and washing are not the same thing. The next second, the surging magic power gushed out. The top of Filch's wand sprayed a water column as big as the gate of Hogwarts towards the sky. Filch was also thrown back by this force and flew up, smashing into the flower bed. Merlin swung his wand. He cast a levitation spell on Filch and then raised his wand to turn it into a huge umbrella, covering himself and the little girl. Then, heavy rain fell from the sky. In less than a minute, the entire Hogwarts castle was washed clean. It was the students who were still wandering in the courtyard and outside who suffered. They were all soaked. Except for Merlin and Hermione under the umbrella. As the potion lost its effect, the heavy rain soon stopped. Merlin retracted his wand and went forward to check on Filch. After all, he did not expect this change. Mr. Filch, are you okay? I seem to be fine. Filch looked at his hands, with indescribable enthusiasm in his eyes. Regardless of the fact that his robe was still wet and dripping with water, he looked at Lynn excitedly. Mr. Merlin, was that magic really released by me just now? Yes. Merlin nodded. Can I finally release magic? Filch looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, and the water stains on the ground. He was so excited that he cried. Thank you, Mr. Merlin. I can finally release magic and no longer be discriminated against. Filch's face was filled with a sense of relief. Merlin's eyes were slightly apologetic. It may be presumptuous to say this now, but Mr. Filch, I'm afraid I need to check the magic in your body again. To make sure that the situation just now will not happen again. Of course. Please feel free to check. Filch bent down and saluted Merlin respectfully. Coincidentally, several voices sounded behind Merlin. Merlin, what are you doing? Merlin turned around and saw that Bridgley and 4 deans appeared in the square at the same time. Chapter 78. There are not many opportunities for the deans of Hogwarts and the 4 major colleges to appear in public at the same time. The surrounding young wizards all dispersed and hid in the nearby corridors and under the statues to watch the situation here. Mr. Merlin, are you going too far? You actually cast such a spell on our gatekeeper. You are seriously violating school rules. Snape wrapped in a cloak, his greasy hair was loose, and he stared at Merlin with his hooked nose. He had not recovered from yesterday's trick potion. And beside him, the eyes of the three professors Sprout, Flitwick, and McGonagall were also full of complicated emotions. Ah! Merlin was stunned and didn't understand what they were talking about. Mr. Merlin, at your age, it is indeed a cause for celebration to be able to release magic that covers the entire castle. But you shouldn't have made Mr. Filch a test subject. I saw with my own eyes that you used a water jet to hit him and then caught him with a levitation spell, teasing him like playing Quidditch. He doesn't know magic, and you've disappointed me. Mr. Filch, are you okay? Several professors asked with concern. Hey! Merlin was still a little confused. But he finally understood what they meant. It turned out that they all thought that this magic was released by themselves, and they deliberately tricked Filch into standing in the middle of the water jet. I suddenly felt a little amused. But, Professor, this magic was used by Mr. Filch himself. As soon as Merlin finished speaking, Snape sneered. Merlin, don't you need to prepare a draft when you lie? Everyone knows that Mr. Filch doesn't know magic, and you actually lied to the professor openly. It seems that you are blinded by your so-called magic talent and can no longer tell when to tell the truth. As your professor, I need to let you know that genius is nothing in the face of absolute strength. Snape drew out his wand. No, Professor Snape. Don't. Filch finally came to his senses at this time and blocked several people with a smile. No, not Mr. Merlin. This has nothing to do with Mr. Merlin. It was the spell I cast. Mr. Merlin gave me a bottle of potion and said that it might allow me to try to cast magic. It's just that I was too excited and read the spell wrong. I read clean up instead of clean up, and I didn't control the output of magic well. Professor, I'm really sorry. After Filch spoke, Dumbledore and the four deans were all silent, feeling that their brains were about to dry up. They knew Filch's identity very well. Since entering the school, he has been a pure squib and cannot use magic. Although Filch has used many ways to learn magic. But he has never succeeded. Gradually, even they lost patience and would not persuade Filch. But now listening to his words, it seemed that a bottle of potion from Merlin gave him the ability to cast spells. This is impossible. There is no potion in the wizarding world that can make a squib use magic. I have never heard of such a potion. Snape shook his head decisively. Snape's attainments in potion studies are also top-notch among wizards. He said so, which means there is definitely no such thing. But others could not think of any reason for Filch to excuse Merlin. Dumbledore's deep eyes fell in front of Merlin. Merlin, is there really such a potion? Of course. Merlin took out the magic potion he had prepared and handed it over. Actually, there is a problem with what Mr. Filch said. This potion was not originally intended to solve his problem but I wanted to try to see if I could increase the magic power in wizards' bodies. So I made this potion based on the formulas of intelligence enhancement potions and enhancement potions. I named it the magic potion. The principle is that it can convert the magic power in magical animals into the magic power in wizards' bodies, but the increase is not much. If you are not a very rich family, you probably can't afford it. Dumbledore and the four deans were all petrified. They understood every word Merlin said, but when they were put together, they still made them feel deeply powerless. But seeing the potion in Merlin's hand, they also knew that this was probably true. So, Dumbledore looked at Snape. Severus, can you take a look at this potion? Of course, Professor. Snape responded immediately. As a potion master, he had long wanted to see what this so-called magic potion was all about. He took the bottle and put his wand into it. Magic retrace. A bright light flashed, and Snape looked down at the tip of the wand flashing with different colors of light spots and spoke slowly. Griffin claw powder, scarab, toad bile, horcrux juice, unicorn tail hair, dragon heartstring, eight-eyed giant spider venom. Well, it's a wonderful formula, such a combination. Just as Snape was about to immerse himself in research, Dumbledore interrupted him. Enough, Severus, now is not the time for research. Can you tell us if the effect of this potion is what Merlin said? Let me taste it. Snape picked up the potion and was about to drink it, but suddenly thought of something and stared at Merlin with a gloomy face. Merlin handle, there won't be anything strange in this potion. DB. Merlin was dumbfounded. He never thought that Snape would ask this question at this time. If Professor Dumbledore and Professor Sprout knew what he did, how could he behave like a good student in the future? Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly thought of something. Snape couldn't possibly tell him that he turned into a JK Queen in the office. He said that just to make himself feel better. Anyway, he was just asking if there was anything else in the potion. If he couldn't bear it and told him that he put something else in the potion for the professor, it would have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Emmeline simply played dumb. Professor, what are you talking about? I added all the potions I bought in Diagon Alley, I guarantee there are no banned drugs. Snape's eyes became more sinister. Is he asking about banned items? Which potion master has not dealt with some banned drugs? Is this a big deal? What he wants to ask is whether there will be any deformation or other things in this potion. Since he suffered a loss at the hands of Merlin, he no longer dares to trust the potions prepared by Merlin. Hermione's eyes widened when she heard this. She just thought of what Merlin told her and was a little unconvinced, but now that she heard Snape was so careful, she knew it was absolutely true. There was something wrong with the look she gave Snape. But she couldn't imagine Snape wearing that short skirt and shirt. Although she felt it should look good when she heard Merlin say it. The little witch secretly decided in her heart, I will go and order a set of clothes according to what Lynn said after I go back. It would be best if I have the opportunity to go to Madame Malkin's robe store to order a set. Since helping Merlin in after the Gryffindor girls sold their glasses, the little witch now received more than 100 galleons, making her a wealthy woman. Hermione was thinking about this. Snape didn't wait long when he saw that he couldn't trick Merlin. He cast a few spells on himself and took out a few bottles of potions and floated them in front of him. Albus, if I have any problems, please go easy on me. Of course, Severus. Dumbledore waved his hand and summoned a barrier. The nearby scene. No. This is not a barrier, but a group of apparitions. Merlin couldn't help but sigh after feeling the changes in the nearby environment. Dumbledore's strength is indeed worthy of being the strongest white wizard in hundreds of years. He was able to quietly transfer so many people to other places in Hogwarts, which was restricted by apparition. It was more relaxed than when he circled and left Diagon Alley before. It seems that he either hid his strength last time and didn't want to expose it in front of old Tom, or his strength has improved again. Oh, Mr. Merlin, don't look at me like that. Dumbledore blinked. An old man always has many different magics to use, so that he won't forget them, right? Then can I learn from you, Professor? Merlin suddenly thought of something. Although he can learn by himself, what can be faster than learning from Dumbledore? This is a powerful white wizard across the ages. This is a request that is hard to refuse, but... Dumbledore shook his head. Merlin, I think you may not be suitable for my learning process, and it is not suitable to discuss it now. Let's talk about it later, right? Okay, Professor. Merlin nodded and continued to look at Snape. He had analyzed the ingredients of the potion and confirmed that there was no problem. He drank a little to test it. Soon, his face changed. Excited, and a little confused and curious. How is it, Severus? McGonagall asked nervously. Minerva, I'm fine. My magic power has indeed increased a little. Although it's a little, it's really noticeable. If you drink this bottle, it should increase. Never mind. Snape shook his head. It is indeed what Merlin said. It is not necessary. This bottle of potion costs more than 40 galleons. It is totally unnecessary for this little increase in magic power. B. Snape stretched out his voice and looked at Merlin again. Use poison and burning potion to harm your body, and use rapid healing to ensure recovery, stimulate the body to grow and gain more magic power. It must be said that this potion can be called the most creative and genius potion in the magic world in the past 100 years. It can leave a name in the history of potions. Merlin, you are so lucky. Maybe you can enter the Extraordinary Pharmacist Association without participating in the Potions Championship. Oh! It's incredible! Mr. Merlin! Several other professors cast congratulatory glances. Merlin shook his head. Forget it, Professor Snape, although I don't like you very much, I have promised you to participate in the Potions Championship. Then, the formula of this potion will be announced after I participate in the competition. Merlin said politely. Of course, the most important reason is that he saw the system prompt. It is detected that the host, Li Zhao, has transformed the magic world. Transformation range, large, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, potion processing. The host can directly purify and cleanse the materials for making potions through his talent ability. Anyway, the reward has been obtained, so the release time does not matter. Then, whatever you want. Snape acted casually, but there was still a smile on his lips, and even his hatred for Merlin was reduced a little. He handed the potion to others to try. Everyone was curious about this bottle of the strongest potion in 100 years. Everyone, including Hermione, tasted it. After feeling the almost inaudible increase in magic power in his body, Dumbledore looked at Merlin. What about other aspects? Merlin, I don't think this can explain why Mr. Filch can use magic. The others also reacted and waited for Merlin's answer. In fact, this is why they came here to investigate. After all, the magic fluctuations that appeared just now are not at all like what this potion can increase. Even if you drink a whole bottle, it is impossible to create a cleansing spell that can clean the entire Hogwarts. Merlin thought about it and expressed his guess. Professor, I think it may be a problem I didn't expect. The squibs may be another type of obscurus that cannot mobilize their magic power. Once they can mobilize their magic power, this situation will occur. What? After the voice fell, several professors were dumbfounded and could not believe what they heard. The squibs are also obscurus? It must be fake. Chapter 79. It's no wonder that the professors were so shocked. Squibs are people born in wizard families who can't do magic, such as Filch. Obscurus is another kind. Although they are wizards, they have psychological trauma caused by performing magic when they were very young, and they subconsciously suppress their power, which eventually leads to the uncontrolled explosion of power, and they will become obscurus. Although the magic world defines obscurus as a kind of black magic. But those who know it think it is a magical parasite. Newt Scamander once successfully separated the little wizard and the obscurus, but unfortunately no one knows how he separated them. No news has been revealed so far. In addition, the magic world's understanding of the obscurus is basically blocked by the Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic. And this speculation proposed by Merlin has never been thought of before. Merlin, are you serious? Dumbledore spoke faster, and his body trembled slightly. Merlin sighed silently in his heart. He knew what Dumbledore was thinking. But it has been a long time, and there is no way. Even if he knew the answer, it would be useless. He could only shake his head. Professor, this is just my guess. After all, the state Mr. Filch told me just now is very similar to the legendary obscurus. But this magic doesn't seem to be as manic as the obscurus. At least when Mr. Filch mobilized the magic, there was no obscurus-related performance. Merlin finished speaking. The professors, including Dumbledore, were all silent, staring at him in amazement. Even Professor Flitwick clasped his hands in front of him, not knowing what to say, and let out a long oh for a while. What's wrong? Merlin asked back. I don't understand what the problem is. Flitwick took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of praise. Merlin, I have to say, you are really a genius little wizard. Do you know how much shock your discovery will cause in the wizarding world? Not to mention the magic potion, the relationship between the squib and the obscurus alone can make you famous. You know that many wizard families have unspeakable pain. If you can really figure out the relationship between squibs and obscurus, and make this potion available, reducing costs, well. Professor Flitwick couldn't think of a good adjective for a while, and finally came up with one. Maybe you can live to hear your name in Cuthbert Binns' class, not the kind of roll call. The people around burst into laughter. Flitwick's metaphor really made them feel bright. Hermione couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. What's so funny? Merlin didn't dare to say this to the professors, and deliberately stared at the little witch beside him fiercely. Hermione turned her eyes and lowered her voice. Because Cuthbert Binns' assignments are generally to analyze the life stories of people or history, if you really are one of them, Professor Gions will probably let you give 10 lectures. Merlin's mouth twitched, thinking of the scene of himself standing next to Cuthbert Binns in class and couldn't help shaking his head. Forget it, I can't stand this scene. Besides, I'll skip History of Magic if I choose to skip other courses. Cuthbert Binns will definitely not be happy with me when he sees me. What? The little witch screamed when she heard this, causing others to look at them. Merlin hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing that she would tell on others. It's okay, Professor, a bug just flew over and Hermione got scared. No. Hermione whispered to defend herself, but because she covered her mouth, she could only make a gasp. Really? Dumbledore looked around thoughtfully. But since we are sure that Mr. Merlin's potion is fine, I think we can go back first, right? The voice fell. Several people have actually returned to the courtyard of Hogwarts, and they are still standing still in the same place as before. Everyone should still have things to do, so you don't have to accompany me. Then Hermione grabbed Merlin's arm and pinched it. You're talking nonsense. Also, you said you were going to introduce me to that great teacher in the history of magic, but you didn't. I forgot. I'll definitely do it next time. Merlin hurried to comfort the little witch. He really forgot about the sorting hat, and even left it in the dormitory without taking it out. He planned to go back and check it out after the end. Dumbledore looked around, sent off several deans and Filch, and called Merlin who was about to leave. Ms. Granger, I may need to borrow Merlin's space. Oh, of course. Hermione immediately walked to the side. What's wrong, Professor? Merlin was a little curious, he couldn't think of what else Dumbledore needed to ask him for now. Merlin, I heard Hagrid tell me about your prophecy. Do you think this time our old friend did it? Merlin knew who Dumbledore was talking about as soon as he reacted. But why did Dumbledore tell him this? Just when I was about to say that to monitor Professor Quirrell, shouldn't we ask Professor Snape? Then I remembered that Dumbledore didn't mention anything about Professor Quirrell. I quickly realized that Dumbledore was probably talking about the person who took action in the Black Lake at the beginning of the school year. I think so. He is very familiar with the situation of magical animals. I think the unicorn may not be the only one to suffer from the poisonous hand. Perhaps we should pay attention to other places in the school. Dumbledore nodded slightly. I know, thank you, Merlin. If it is convenient, you can come and ask me some questions 1 hour after dinner every day. Dumbledore suddenly spoke. Also, if you can try to control the magic power contained in the material itself, your magic potion may be a little gentler. Ah, praise Merlin, I will definitely try, thank you, Professor. Merlin was a little surprised. He didn't expect Dumbledore to finally agree to teach him magic, and even gave suggestions for modifying magic potions. It can only be said that this wave of blood profit. Waiting to return to Hermione. The little witch was naturally curious about what Merlin and Dumbledore talked about. But these couldn't be told to Hermione, so she could only use the matter of the Diagonal Bookstore to go to the past. Then he took a walk with the little witch in the school, went to the request-granting bookstore to read books for an afternoon, and then returned to the dormitory. The two roommates followed Cedric to watch Quidditch training and were not in the dormitory. The Sorting Hat was lying on the windowsill, and was extremely excited to see him come back. Hey, Merlin, what did you do just now? I saw Dumbledore and the others went to find you. Merlin really knows where the tradition of Gryffindor lions being nosy comes from. From Gryffindor himself to the Sorting Hat and now, it has not changed at all. But now I have nothing to do, so I just told the Sorting Hat about what happened recently. Oh. Merlin's beard. The Sorting Hat jumped off the windowsill and climbed onto Merlin with difficulty. Damn you! You didn't even take me with you on such a good thing. Those damn centaurs dare to say that the Forbidden Forest belongs to them? A group of guys who don't even have wands. When I was cutting trees in the Forbidden Forest, there was not even a horsetail. Merlin laughed out loud when he heard this sentence and inexplicably remembered the translation of Malfoy's name in a certain version. Wait, Merlin, what are you laughing at? No, it's nothing. I just happened to think of something. You continue. What are you still going on? The Sorting Hat said angrily. I simply can't understand you more and more. Merlin's beard, are you really a freshman? Magic potions, the connection between Obscurus and Squib, the Potions Championship, and the Merlin Alchemy Club. Merlin. No. Even Merlin at your age is not as good as you. I'll take it as a compliment. You. Nonsense. Isn't that a compliment? The Sorting Hat yelled. But, Merlin, have you forgotten the most important thing? What? Renovation. The Sorting Hat tried to open its edge that was about to break. Don't you think that renovation needs to be put on the agenda? The potion materials you eat in a week are enough to renovate half of me. Ah, there's no rush for this matter. Merlin waved his hand to comfort the Sorting Hat. Anyway, you still need another school year to meet the new little wizard, and I'll just renovate you by then. The stronger I am now, the easier it will be to renovate you, right? That seems to make sense. Yes, so think about it, is there anything left behind by other heirs in the school? Let's go get it from them first. That way I can take control of Hogwarts sooner, and collect rent to support you sooner. DAUF. The Sorting Hat took a breath and thought seriously about the feasibility of this matter. After a while, it slapped the brim of the hat. Let's go, Merlin, we're done. Ahoy! Merlin was a little surprised. The Sorting Hat had taken him to find Gryffindor for treasure before, and got a sword that was equal to Gryffindor's entire fortune. After coming back, he was depressed for several days. What is he going to do now? Tonight, follow me to the Forbidden Forest. Let's go find good things. The Sorting Hat grinned and lowered its voice. Do you know where the motto of Hogwarts, Sleeping Dragons, came from? Merlin clicked his tongue. I'm really impressed by these old guys at Hogwarts. What's the point of being so secretive when talking? Besides, the first person who asked this question is a genius, and the second one is a pure clown. Merlin didn't even bother to turn his eyes. You're not going to take me to dig out that dragon's nest? Yes. Wait. Merlin's beard, are you secretly looking for Gryffindor? Otherwise, how would you know this? Haha, do you think everyone is as uneducated as you? Merlin pretended to be profound. The dragon nest in the Forbidden Forest is so old. Hagrid even took me to build a new dragon nest in it. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I also tamed a fire dragon. How about taking you to see it? The Sorting Hat is completely muggle. No, how can the little wizards nowadays play so big? Merlin's beard, I really need to renovate it quickly. Otherwise, it can't keep up with the little one's evolution speed. The Sorting Hat roared and climbed onto Merlin's head, urging him to go to the Forbidden Forest to check the dragon nest and see if there are any treasures in the former dragon nest. Chapter 80. At night. The castle of Hogwarts was quiet and peaceful. Only ghosts and some portraits that stayed up late to chat were still moving. After casting an illusion spell on himself, Merlin calmly went downstairs and began to wander around at night. This was a spell he developed by imitating chameleons. Automatically change the color of the body according to the position of the body, so that it can blend into the environment in the eyes of others. It is somewhat similar to the principle of invisibility cloak, but it is not so restrained. When he walked to the lobby on the first floor, he happened to see Filch pushing open the castle gate, followed by Harry and Malfoy. Then he remembered that today was the day they were to be detained in the Forbidden Forest. It's a bit of a coincidence. Merlin thought about it. If he went to the Forbidden Forest now, he would most likely run into Voldemort, who was hunting unicorns. This is really the conclusion of the timeline. Even such a random behavior of his could encounter such a big plot. Originally, Merlin wanted to go back to sleep, but the danger prediction did not remind him, which meant that there would be no danger. It was just right to see Voldemort's strength up close, so Merlin simply followed him. There were leaves and dead branches outside the castle, so Merlin cast all the levitation spells and lightness spells on himself. Following Filch and Harry, there was no movement at all. During the period, except for Mrs. Norris, who looked back and seemed to have discovered something, no one else found anything. Until Hagrid's hut. When Hagrid took over the grouping, Merlin also entered the hut and interacted with Norbert for a while, and fed him a few meat kings. He went out to check when he heard the movement from the team outside. Hagrid had an inexplicable worry in his eyes but couldn't say it directly. He looked at Harry and tried to move his lips, but finally sighed. You three actually violated the school rules and came to the Forbidden Forest for patrol. It's been a long time since a first-year wizard dared to do this, but it's good. I hope it will make you remember it. Be more well-behaved in Hogwarts in the future and don't violate the school rules again. Oh no. I can't go to the Forbidden Forest. This is the most dangerous place in the school. Malfoy's voice was filled with fear, and he even said that he would complain to his family. But Hagrid just interrupted him rudely. You can complain as much as you want, but if you don't want to leave Hogwarts with your things on your back today, just follow me in and patrol. The wind suddenly became violent, blowing out whimpering and wailing sounds in the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy's face changed. But in the end, he obeyed Hagrid's orders and followed him to the Forbidden Forest. Merlin saw that they entered the Forbidden Forest and separated decisively, pulling the Sorting Hat to find the former dragon's nest. This is the main business tonight. Old hat, quickly check the place, where is the dragon's nest? Let me see, hey? Wait, hiss. The Sorting Hat uttered a series of interjections, and the sound was a bit awkward. Well, Merlin, I said I haven't been to the Forbidden Forest for too long, and I can't even recognize it. Do you believe me? Hee hee. Merlin's right eyelid twitched, and he cursed the Sorting Hat for being a real bad teammate. No, 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 I'll think of a way. I must know. There were some guardian trees near the dragon's lair. I remember that Ravenclaw would go to find the bark of the guardian tree every time he failed to tame it. Merlin was silent. Then I might know where that place is. Where? Wait, how did you know? The Sorting Hat was shocked again. After so many years, it might not remember something. How could Merlin remember it? The Centaur tribe uses magic pattern paper made from the bark of the guardian tree, so they are sure where the magic tree is. What a muggle! You still have to look for those arrogant guys. The Sorting Hat complained on the top of his head, and soon changed his tone. Well, let me see where they occupy the Forbidden Forest. How dare they say that the Forbidden Forest has always been theirs? Let's go. Merlin thought about the location of the centaurs he saw in the afternoon and the direction they left last, and groped all the way. Finally, he saw 10 gathering places that looked like tribes in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. You can vaguely see that there are ponies playing in the open space, and the adults around are on guard and on sentry. We're here. Merlin knocked on the Sorting Hat, indicating that it could come forward to negotiate. Is it not appropriate for me to go alone? The Sorting Hat was a little nervous. But Merlin just shrugged. Go, old hat, I believe you can do it. Then I will. Merlin, you really? The Sorting Hat took a step and paused for a full minute, and finally climbed from Merlin's head to the ground. Forget it, you're walking so slowly, it'll be dawn by the time you get there. Merlin shook his head, realizing that the Sorting Hat was good at talking but weak at doing things, so he removed the disillusionment spell and went forward to negotiate with the centaurs. Merlin? How dare you come to the Forbidden Forest? Firenze was in the centaur community, noticed Merlin, and immediately sounded the alarm. Within a dozen seconds, all the adult centaurs surrounded him. The leaders were Bane and Ronan. Little wizard, you shouldn't have come. Bane looked unkind. Even Hagrid wouldn't dare to enter the Forbidden Forest late at night, and it's easy for you to get into trouble here. I know. Bane picked up the bow and arrow. You must have realized that you were going to fail, so you came to the Forbidden Forest to arrange all this so that your bet would come true. It's just a pity. I have already notified the nearby unicorns to come and take refuge. And we have sent out more than 30 scouts. With us here tonight, there won't be any major battles. So there won't be any unicorn deaths either. And you, Mr. Merlin, you may have to get out of the Forbidden Forest forever. Merlin put on the Sorting Hat again and shook off the dirt on it. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, I don't need it. Besides, I think there is nothing wrong with what I said this afternoon. You can't handle complex problems at all, or in other words, you don't have a brain, and there is a kind of beauty of cerebellum deficiency. Even if I really want to beat you, why would I pay such a heavy price and kill a unicorn and get cursed with blood? You don't really think you are worth the body of a completely dead unicorn. Then isn't there something wrong with your own divination? The centaur was talking. A miserable whine came from a distance. Firenze suddenly realized something, his pupils dilated and his face was shocked. No, this is the sound of a unicorn. Quick! Go over! Firenze was stunned for a moment. If Merlin had said before that something had sneaked into the Forbidden Forest and a unicorn had to be killed, they would have just taken it as a joke. But now that it really happened, they only had one thought. Catch the murderer and avenge the unicorn. Chapter 81. The centaurs jumped up at the same time and rushed towards the place where the unicorn was howling. In the distance, whistles and screams of little wizards could be heard. Oh, Merlin, is it those 3 little guys who are in trouble? We have to go and take a look. The Sorting Hat said nervously on his head. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Merlin was very calm and rushed over there slowly. Voldemort's current state should be only a little stronger than an ordinary soul, not that powerful. And with the magical protection on Harry, nothing will happen at all. As for Quirrell, Merlin felt that he should have understood what he meant last time and would not risk his life to help Voldemort. After all, his life is his own, and the harvest is Voldemort's. As a student of Ravenclaw, he should still understand which is more important, life or money. The centaurs ran very fast. When Merlin arrived nearby, they had already met Hagrid and his group. Hagrid led the team, Harry and the other three were in the middle, and Fanja was left behind, and they were not divided into groups. There was a unicorn corpse on the ground. There were bows and arrows commonly used by centaurs around, all of which were inserted into the work. There was a wound on the neck, and fresh blood was gushing out, splashing on the surrounding land and plants, with silver spots. It was shining like real silver under the moonlight. The centaurs and Hagrid and other 270 people were confronting each other, and Firenze was among them. This was different from the original plot. But Merlin knew the reason as soon as he thought about it. Hagrid was still worried that Harry would get into trouble, so he paid special attention to him. And the centaurs did not show up in time because of their relationship. The centaurs were very angry and looked around for the person who killed the unicorn, and even suspected that Hagrid and his giants were real. "You are talking nonsense." Hagrid waved the lantern, with anger in his eyes. "People at Hogwarts will never hurt a unicorn. But your student, yes, that little wizard you brought that day, he just appeared in the Forbidden Forest." "Merlin? How is that possible?" Hagrid opened his eyes wide. "Maybe he killed the unicorn to prove that his prophecy was correct," Ronan and Bane said. "What a shameless thing, how can there be creatures like centaurs in this world?" The brim of the Sorting Hat stiffened when it heard this from a distance. No wonder Grindelwald wanted to kill centaurs and goblins when he started the First Wizarding War. "I thought he was killing for fun. Now it seems that the reason why he left N behind is to tell us why he killed these things. One is greedy for money and wants to be proud, and the other is a weak talker." Mullen always felt that he had heard this before. But it doesn't matter. The matter of the centaurs will be dealt with after he completes the bet. The most important thing now is to get the treasure of the dragon's nest. Seeing that there is no problem here now, Mullen turned around and left to find the location of the guardian tree. Just now, he found the trace of the guardian tree at the location of the centaur's settlement. If there is no problem, it is over there. B. As soon as Mullen turned around, he noticed a dark figure lying on the tree in the distance, staring at the people in the field. Tisk tisk tisk. Mullen raised the corner of his mouth, and sighed that Voldemort was very brave. After killing the unicorn, he didn't rush to escape, and dared to wait here. Could it be that he wanted to continue drinking the unicorn's blood after they left? The more Mullen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. But, now the centaurs and Hagrid are here, what method did Voldemort intend to use to divert them? Suddenly, several huge explosions were heard in the woods in the distance. Red fireworks exploded in the air. "Oh no! It's a distress message." Hagrid's face changed, looking at Harry and the other two. "Now, you stay here and watch this unicorn. Don't let any creature get close to it. Fang, you go find Filch and ask him to inform Professor Dumbledore. And us." Hagrid looked at the centaurs. "We must go over there now to see what happened. It doesn't look like someone wants to cause trouble in the Forbidden Forest." But no one in the centaur team stood up to respond. "Coward! Coward! You don't deserve to stay in the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid cursed and turned to leave. One of the centaurs in front walked out and called him. "Let's go, Hagrid." "Firenze." Ronan and Bane were so angry that they shouted. "Are you still a noble centaur? You are like a mule pulling goods, following the command of a half-human. Who knows if this is their conspiracy? If you dare to go over and check it out today, don't come back." There was a riot in the centaur community. This kind of thing of expelling a centaur for a word has never happened before. Firenze also raised his voice when he heard it. "Shut up, Ronan, Bane. Don't you understand what happened yet? Didn't you find that what the little wizard said is coming true? Our prophecy has no practical significance, but darkness has come to Hogwarts, pure creatures have lost their lives, and there are different voices among the centaurs. You all saw what happened just now." Firenze stared at the centaur community and pointed to the sky. "Don't forget what we promised. From the result of divination, we have already lost to that little wizard. The Forbidden Forest is in danger now. If you don't protect it, you will be breaking the contract. We centaurs have survived until now because of astrological divination and respect for nature. If you want to be a traitor, you can leave here now." As the voice fell, the commotion among the centaurs became more serious. Many centaurs came out and stood behind Firenze, but more stayed where they were. "Firenze, we don't have time. Hagrid looked at the fireworks that began to dissipate in the distance and said coldly, "Let's go. Think clearly about what to say to the little wizard when you see him." Firenze said nothing more and left with another group of centaurs who followed him. Emmeline looked at the excitement and suddenly blinked. Several prompts popped up in front of him. The host has been detected to transform the magic world. Transformation range, small, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spell, Strengthened Patroness spell. The patroness summoned by the host can be converted into a physical state to attack, and has magical abilities that ordinary patronuses do not have. It's this reward. Merlin was a little surprised. He thought that forcing the centaurs to split in advance would give a talent related to prophecy or nature. He didn't expect it to be this. He remembered that summoning the patroness charm required extreme happiness, and the image of the patroness would be determined according to the most profound memory of the caster. So he had never thought about what kind of patroness he wanted. And now there is no Dementor crisis, and there is no need to practice in a hurry, so he really doesn't know this spell. But if the system gives rewards directly, can it be released without practice? Otherwise, let's give Voldemort a shot to see the effect later? Merlin looked at the figure in the distance and thought secretly. In the bushes. Quirrell's body trembled. "Master, will there be any danger? I suddenly feel an ominous breath." "Idiot!" Voldemort cursed weakly. "You just killed a unicorn and drank its blood. This is the breath of a curse. Also, if you weren't so slow, you wouldn't have made it scream. Fortunately, I asked you to set up a magic trap in advance, so we could divert them." Eyes. Wait. Voldemort looked at the venue in front of him and suddenly became happy. After Firenze left, the remaining centaurs had a dispute over whether to stay or go. Ronan and Bane were completely unable to control the situation, causing a commotion among the centaurs. The excited centaurs decided to return to the tribe to vote again. After paying false and hasty tribute to the corpse of the unicorn, they turned and left. Harry and the other two were left alone in a daze. Voldemort used all his strength to grin at Harry and command Quirrell. "Did you see that? The centaurs are gone, the half-giant is gone, and Dumbledore is even less likely to come. The boy who survived the catastrophe is in the Forbidden Forest with 2 first-year students. This is simply the right time. Kill him. As long as you kill him, I will give you endless magic and status." "But, Master, in case of an accident." "Fool, how could there be an accident? Now is the best time. Are you afraid to go up, or do you want to betray me?" Voldemort was unable to persuade and simply began to threaten. Soul burning. Ouch. After a spell. Quirrell's soul wailed and screamed. It lasted for more than 10 seconds before Voldemort spoke coldly. "Fool, this is not the first time you disobeyed my orders. If you do it again, I will kill you." "Yes, yes, my master." Quirrell's thoughts of struggling and resisting were suppressed again, his eyes gradually became bloodshot, and he stared at the 3 people beside the unicorn's corpse. Grinning, showing silver teeth and tongue. "Go to hell, Harry Potter." The next second, Quirrell waved his wand and turned into a black 3.9 high-temperature smoke and rushed towards the 3 people. While rushing over, he did not forget to release attack magic one by one. The smoke rushed over with more than a dozen rays of light. "Danger! Harry!" Ronald was sharp-eyed and was the first to see the smoke. He was so scared that he screamed. Harry stood there blankly, covering his head, feeling endless pain from the wound on his forehead. "It's over, we're going to die." Ronald screamed in shock, and was so scared that he even forgot to run away. Malfoy screamed and fainted in shock. "Well done." Voldemort attached himself to Quirrell's head and admired the scene of his enemy's impending death. His flat face revealed a 3-dimensional pleasure and refreshment. He seemed to see the next second, Harry lying on the ground and becoming a dead man. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, bursting out like a sunrise, covering most of the Forbidden Forest. All the magic in the air suddenly disappeared. Even the black mist that engulfed Quirrell dissipated, leaving only a hooded figure. Voldemort's excited expression suddenly became dull. Then it turned into fear and anger. Who is using the end of all curses?" Merlin walked out of his hiding place, removed the disillusionment spell on himself, and looked at the embarrassed Voldemort. Are you looking for me?" Chapter 82. Merlin. Harry and Ronald shouted in shock. "Merlin Handel? How could it be you?" Malfoy opened his eyes from the ground, his face, which had turned pale, was now even more confused. Malfoy, you are pretending to be dead. Ronald said in surprise. Is this the point? Harry didn't quite understand his friend's train of thought. Shouldn't the current situation be about how Merlin appeared here and used a spell they had never seen to subdue the person who was about to attack them? No. This is absolutely impossible. Voldemort saw the figure that suddenly appeared from the light and shadow, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. All curses end. This is a high-level spell that requires many Aurors to work together to release. In the entire history of the wizarding world, the number of wizards who can release all curses end alone can be counted on one hand. He didn't believe that a first-year wizard at Hogwarts would have this ability. Master, what should we do now? Quirrell was trembling with fear under his hood. Dumbledore. Master, he must be Dumbledore. Idiot, how could Dumbledore be a freshman? Polyjuice potion, Master, Dumbledore must have secretly drunk Merlin's Polyjuice potion, so that he can better monitor us. Shut up. Trash. I left a ban outside the Forbidden Forest, I will know if Dumbledore comes in. Voldemort scolded, and wanted to mobilize magic to attack. But in the distance, an extremely bright flame suddenly lit up above the castle. Damn, it's that phoenix, Dumbledore found us. Go. The backup I left behind won't last long. Take advantage of the influence of the end of all curses now, hurry. Get away. Away. Voldemort shouted almost word by word. On the open ground. Merlin ignored the astonishment of Harry and the other two, glanced at the situation above the castle, raised his wand, and thought about whether to leave Voldemort and the others first. Such a change should greatly affect the subsequent plot. But seeing after a flash of panic in Quirrell's eyes, Merlin still felt that there was no need to be so anxious. It would be good to continue with his previous idea. Now that Voldemort has been eliminated, it is only a Horcrux, and there will still be problems when the next school year starts. It is better to directly transform Quirrell and seal Voldemort. It is just right to try the soul that has not been used. Merlin was thinking about something. Quirrell in front of him disappeared out of thin air, leaving a black hooded cloak on the ground, and the whole person seemed to melt into the air and disappeared completely. Swoosh! There was a sonic boom in the air. Dumbledore landed with the phoenix. Daylight appears. A short spell sounded. Dumbledore didn't even take out his wand. The sky above the entire Forbidden Forest was instantly as bright as day. Merlin clicked his tongue, and felt that these old guys really knew a lot of things. This kind of forcible reversal of time and space is definitely not something that ordinary spells can do. There may also be ancient magic patterns. Mr. Merlin, can you tell me what happened here? Dumbledore looked at Merlin and nodded slightly. Professor, Merlin just arrived, maybe he doesn't know what happened, and he came to save us. Harry thought Dumbledore was going to punish Harry, and hurried forward to take on the responsibility alone. Oh, Harry, let's talk about your things later. Merlin and I have something else to talk about now. Fawkes, you can go and treat Harry and the others first. Fawkes nodded, flew to Harry and the others, and shed tears to treat their external injuries. Dumbledore looked at Merlin. It's a perfect ending to all curses. I didn't quite believe it when Minerva told me this, but now, I really envy your magical talent. Okay, Professor. Merlin just ignored what he said and didn't believe a word. How could a white wizard who became famous in the magic world at a young age say that he had no talent? That's impossible. He pouted and began to tell his experience. It started with the Sorting Hat wanting to come to the dragon's nest to get something, and by the way, I wrote someone to fulfill the bet. Then I witnessed Voldemort, dealt with Voldemort, and let Voldemort run away without noticing. Of course, Merlin didn't say Voldemort, but just a hooded man. That's it, and then you came over. You said he suddenly disappeared from the hooded cloak, as if melting into the air. Yes, but I didn't recognize what kind of magic it was. Oh, Merlin, this is normal. Dumbledore nodded. The magic recorded in the ancient runes that have almost been lost at this time is currently only recorded in some fragments of ancient relics. There are very few wizards who can understand and use it. But, Professor, you should know who he is, right? Merlin suddenly spoke. Why do you ask, Lynn? Dumbledore was a little curious. Although he noticed Quirrell's abnormality, he hadn't told anyone yet. But Merlin actually asked directly. Because you shouldn't allow things that you can't control to happen in Hogwarts. Merlin looked at Dumbledore. It's been so long since the Black Lake incident when the school started, but you still haven't come to a conclusion, and you've even just reminded the students not to get close to the Black Lake. This in itself is very telling. Besides, you seemed to be missing something when you said the ancient magic words just now. I think you might know someone. So, Professor, what are you waiting for? Dumbledore was silent. He found that he couldn't answer Merlin's question. He did have a suspicion, but he wasn't sure if it was him or not, and how to deal with it. Besides, because he was already inside Hogwarts, he had to be more careful about him doing something else in his frenzy. Once there were casualties among the little wizards, that would be the most tragic thing. But he never thought of it. Even Snape and McGonagall didn't notice the problem, but Lynn saw it clearly. It seems that I underestimated your perception, Mr. Merlin. Dumbledore looked serious. In fact, I just have a suspect, but I'm not sure if it's him, and I want to find out his real purpose and means. If you catch just a pawn, then there's no point. $700. Merlin also figured it out at this time. He was a cheater, so he knew who was what. But Dumbledore had to identify each person one by one. Naturally he couldn't do the same as him. It's normal to give Quirrell a test and then observe his reaction. Moreover, as the most upright white wizard in history, Dumbledore's reputation is an extra layer of restrictions on himself, and he can't use conventional means to do things. Merlin believes that if Snape is the headmaster, he won't care about the protests of students and teachers at all. As long as there is someone who is not suspected, he will give him a bottle of truth serum plus a coma potion. If there is no trick, just say that he made a mistake because of handshaking. If there is a trick, send it to Black Lake for harmless treatment directly through the back door. Unfortunately, Dumbledore is destined not to do such a 633 thing. Even after hearing it, he can only laugh and think that Merlin's suggestion is very good. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely let Severus be the headmaster. It will be very interesting then. Merlin's mouth twitched. I didn't expect Dumbledore to start stabbing himself. However, if I have myself now, it shouldn't be so miserable, right? What's wrong? Merlin, you seem to have something to say. Well, actually, I think if I'm faster, maybe I can be the headmaster of Hogwarts first. Interesting idea. Maybe we can try it at that time. It's not impossible to let Hogwarts have a young headmaster. Dumbledore nodded lightly, looked at the unicorn corpse left on the ground and sighed. It's a pity that there is one less unicorn in the world. After speaking, he waved his wand and chanted a series of obscure spells. The body of the unicorn slowly decomposed in the moonlight, turning into a spot of light and disappearing in the air. Then he looked at Harry again. Merlin, if you want to go find the centaurs, be sure to be safe. I'll send Harry and the others back first. Poor them, they saw such a bloody scene the first time they entered the Forbidden Forest. They should have a good sleep, and then ask Madame Pomfrey for some sleeping potion. As he spoke, the figure slowly drifted away, as if he had never been there. Merlin's beard. This little guy's strength has increased again. The Sorting Hat sighed, and then asked Merlin what they were going to do next. No hurry. Merlin stood up straight, thinking about what the Sorting Hat had just said, and found a loophole. Do you know the magic he just used? Chapter 83. Of course. The Sorting Hat curled its lips. This is a magic recorded in the ancient magic pattern. It was originally fixed on the ground. Later, Dumbledore improved it and turned it into a spell that can be cast. According to him, the effect is to replace apparition and appear in any place where you have been and left a mark. Merlin's mouth twitched. It sounds like a dog can always find the place where it peed after peeing. This ancient magic is a bit too outrageous. He said that because it is not apparition, it can break through the apparition restrictions of Hogwarts, and it will not be monitored by the Ministry of Magic. The Sorting Cat added. Magic skills. Real magic skills. Merlin was very impressed. He wanted to travel between Hogwarts and Diagon Alley, and the most convenient way was of course to use Fluo powder. But Fluo powder is registered with the Ministry of Magic, and as long as it is used, his whereabouts will be monitored by the Ministry of Magic. An apparition. He has not yet reached the strength to break through the barrier of Hogwarts, and he will still be monitored by the Ministry of Magic. There are risks in doing something not so good. In comparison, Dumbledore's rune magic is very convenient. It is also to mobilize magic power to complete the transmission, which is completely unregulated and perfectly meets his requirements. Besides, this is one of the few times when the Sorting Hat is useful. Merlin decisively asked the Sorting Hat to start the class. Now? You don't have to study in the Forbidden Forest, do you? The Sorting Hat was surprised. Of course not, I have more important things to do now. What? Go ask the centaurs about the whereabouts of the Guardian Tree? Hurry up! Hurry up! The Sorting Hat couldn't wait. Merlin shook his head, squatted down, and began to deal with the soil and plants on the ground that were stained with unicorn blood. He wanted to try whether his potion processing talent could purify and recycle the contaminated blood. Oh! Merlin's beard, why don't you want these things? The Sorting Hat looked disdainful. Although unicorn blood has special effects and can be used to make some forbidden potions. But that is limited to fresh unicorn blood. This kind of blood that falls to the ground and is contaminated by other plants is useless. Ah, you are a wizard who can enter the Super Apothecary Association, how come you don't even know this? Hiss. Oh! Merlin's pants! The Sorting Hat suddenly screamed and was dumbfounded. It saw with its own eyes that Merlin collected all the things on the ground that were stained with unicorn blood and put them together. He actually extracted all the originally contaminated blood and purified it into fresh unicorn blood. This simply overturned the Sorting Hat's cognition for 1,000 years. Merlin, what are you doing? How did you do this? The Sorting Hat hugged Merlin's head tightly, shaking it left and right to ask clearly. But Merlin just shrugged and warned it not to talk nonsense. He obviously threw away the contaminated ones at the bottom and only collected the uncontaminated ones at the top, so it looked much fresher. No, but this is no different from fresh ones. Oh my god, I can't even imagine how much money our group would make if you had this trick. Group. Just those accidentally mixed and contaminated potions in Diagon Alley. Oh. Merlin's beard, you are Merlin's biological son. Merlin couldn't help but sigh that the Sorting Hat's ability to think about ways to make money is much higher than his ability to sing and be an encyclopedia. So, Gryffindor is also a money grubber. Nonsense. Can't you see it from his sword? He spent all his family fortune just for such a flashy thing. A sword inlaid with gems, gold, and various gorgeous metals. It even uses a ruby as the tail of the sword, which is completely useless and rubbish. The Sorting Hat kept yelling. It has been brooding over it since it found out that it lost to the Gryffindor sword in terms of value, and now it doesn't forget to step on it. Merlin shook his head and didn't want to get involved in this love-hate relationship that spanned hundreds of years. It really made him uneasy. At worst, he would wake up the Gryffindor statue and let Gryffindor deal with it himself. Merlin continued to collect unicorn blood nearby. He also sighed that Voldemort was really cruel. In order to drink enough blood, he actually chased him all the way. The unicorn blood he collected alone was already more than 10 ounces. If it was sent to Diagon Alley, it would be enough to provide food and lodging in Azkaban until death. However, Lynn did not intend to sell it, but decided to talk to Snape about something else. I believe that this blood is enough to impress him to do something for himself. It was not until the Sorting Hat had no energy to yell that it returned to the residence of the centaurs. A glance over. The population of the centaurs was reduced by half. Hagrid was standing here. Seeing Merlin coming, the two turned their heads and greeted him at the same time. Firenze walked forward, looking very guilty. Sorry, Merlin. Bane and Ronan are no longer here. They are unwilling to fulfill the bet and took away half of the tribe members. They are unwilling to admit that you are the owner of the Forbidden Forest, and said that the Forbidden Forest will not welcome any wizards in the future. Fortunately, those who stay are all members I trust, and they will guard the Forbidden Forest with me. As Firenze spoke, all the centaurs behind him stood up, bent their bows and arrows, and shot a dazzling light arrow into the air. And these light arrows did not fall, all disappeared in the starry sky. Oh, it's the Spear of the Stars! The Sorting Hat exclaimed. Merlin raised his eyebrows. The Spear of the Stars is the most solemn oath ceremony of the centaurs. They swear to the stars with their faith and lifelong divination ability. They are willing to abide by the contract. If they violate it, they will lose their magic power and become the lowest monsters. Farron led the centaurs to do this obviously to express their loyalty. At the same time, he really admired Merlin's divination talent. Hagrid was also shocked. He knew the arrogance of the centaurs. He was able to get the help of the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest not because of his strength or his position in Hogwarts. It was simply because of his half-giant mixed-blood identity. In the eyes of the centaurs, he and they belonged to the same category, both of them were non-human magical creatures, so they were willing to give some help. But they never looked up to themselves in their hearts. Like Bane and Ronan. I didn't expect that now they would collectively express their loyalty to Merlin because of a prophecy. This means that even if Merlin is not in Hogwarts, the centaurs will follow him to new places. What's wrong, Hagrid? Seeing Hagrid's surprised expression, Merlin asked deliberately. Just feeling, are you really a first-year wizard? I feel that you are better than your seniors in dealing with magical animals. Hagrid shook his electric beard. Are you talking about Newt's commander? Yes, yes. Hagrid nodded. His full name is very long, I didn't remember it, but everyone calls him. Why do you say that? Merlin asked. He was also a little curious about this legendary senior of his college. Sometimes he even felt that Hufflepuff had been able to exist for so many years with the reputation of being calm, modest, and kind. It was because everyone subconsciously forgot about Newt, the low-key magical biologist. The suitcase that Zhao 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 carried with him, which had been spelled with a traceless expansion spell, had an unknown area inside. There lived enough magical animals to be called a zoo of magical animals. And there were many magical animals with 3 stars, 4 stars, and even 5 stars stipulated by different standards in various countries. Some were animals of absolute protection level that were prohibited from private breeding. The most outrageous thing was that he was a best-selling author, but was listed as a prohibited entry by hundreds of countries. You should know that Grindelwald and Voldemort were only prohibited from entering 6 countries at the beginning. Hagrid thought for a while and said in a deep voice. The last time I saw him, he was chatting with the Merman from the Black Lake and wanted to get the Merman to his box. Also, he is Hufflepuff. Merlin was silent. How is this similar? I just want the centaurs to protect the Forbidden Forest. But I have no intention of setting up a zoo of magical animals. Also, he doesn't want to be denied entry by hundreds of countries. After silently complaining in his heart, Merlin remembered the business he came for and asked where the earliest guardian tree of Firenze was. He was going to look for traces of the dragon's nest. Chapter 84. After Firenze explained, Emmeline felt lucky that he had asked. It turned out that the guardian tree next to the centaur tribe was opened up after they settled here. The real large guardian tree community is deep in the Forbidden Forest. After that, Emmeline couldn't help but mock the Sorting Hat. Just when he thought it was a little useful, he abandoned his martial arts and returned to the ranks of waste. It's really amazing that he can even remember the key place like the dragon's nest wrong. It happened 1,000 years ago. Isn't it normal to remember it wrong? The Sorting Hat tried to argue. Hee. Emmeline rolled his eyes. After listening to the centaur's description of the journey and looking at the time, he decisively chose to give up. It's already late tonight, just come back another day to take a look. Anyway, the Sorting Hat remembered the wrong place, so he can't blame him. Mr. Emolinier. Firenze called him. If you want to go to the Guardian Tree Forest, I can take you there. If I carry you there, there is a small path and it will only take about 10 minutes. EK. Mullen was silent for a moment. Is he going to become a wizard for horsemen? Okay, thank you, Renzi. You're welcome. Soon. Firenze began to run wildly in the Forbidden Forest. Mullen also felt a different kind of magic surrounding Firenze. He sighed again that no creature in the magic world is simple. This kind of magic control method that wizards need to practice hard to master is actually a talent for centaurs. And Mullen happened to ask how the centaurs commonly used stargazing and divination are done. By the way, he cast a windproof spell to reduce the wind noise in his ears. Firenze slowed down a little and explained to Mullen about their stargazing. When we centaurs see the stars, we instinctively feel an emotion. This emotion combined with the smoke from the burning sage and sweet mallow will easily make us see or dream about the picture. Normally, what you see is not very accurate, but what you dream about is more accurate. But we centaurs always sleep standing up, and we are easily awakened even during the divination process. If the divination is invalid, we can only start over. Emolin was really speechless this time. However, the centaurs dare to promote themselves as the most favored race by God, born with powerful military force, physique, magic power, and divination talent. He even wanted to laugh when he heard this. The medicinal effect of sweet mallow has some hallucinogenic and paralytic toxin effects. And sage has the effect of detoxification. K. The centaur's divination process, in a popular way, is to stand and look at the stars. While looking at them, you can make yourself some poison and antidote. Alternating effects. When you are sleepy, poisoned, and confused, you will see something different, which is the inaccurate prediction of the centaurs. When this wave of energy passes, the centaurs sleep standing up, and they will dream about what they think about during the day, and the predictions they dream about at night will be slightly more accurate at this time. Merlin said, "Isn't this just pure exhaustion? Muggles can have such prophetic dreams that are sometimes plausible. You don't even have to do anything. In comparison, the centaurs is a bit of false propaganda." Merlin is even more willing to believe Trelawney's tea divination method. After all, this thing can at least be drunk. "What's wrong, Mr. Merlin, what do you think of our divination method?" Merlin thought about it and decided to be more tactful. "It's good, but based on my divination experience, you can try not to use the 2 potions next time, maybe it will be better." "Really? You can try it, it's just my suggestion." "Okay." As Firenze agreed, Merlin was prompted again. The host has been detected to have transformed the magic world. Transformation range, small, rewards are issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, mind divination. The host can use his mind to do divination anytime and anywhere. The answer he gets after thinking about the divination is the divination result, with a high accuracy rate. Emolin was stunned. He really didn't expect that he could get a transformation reward like this. The system can issue rewards, and Firenze will definitely adopt and use them. I can't change the divination method of the horse people by myself, right? Forget it. Anyway, it's not an important matter, so I'd better go to Longian to see if there are any treasures left. Although the fire dragon also has the habit of collecting wealth. But there are also 2 women among the 4 giants. They happen to like and will like the treasure of the fire dragon. They can beat up the fire dragon, and the probability of taking some treasure is also very high. Fortunately, there is plenty of magic power nearby. Alchemical items detected. Alchemical items detected. A prompt flashed by. The next second, the entire panel started to jam, as if hundreds of messages popped up in succession. Then Emolin realized that he had come to the right place. What the Sorting Hat said was right. There really is wealth left by the fire dragon here, otherwise there wouldn't be so many reminders. Wow, Emolin, look! The Sorting Hat grabbed Emolin's hair and bent the hat. That's the guardian tree over there. Under the largest tree is the dragon's nest. It's really spectacular. When I came here last time, the guardian tree wasn't this big. It's so big now. It's really not easy. After sighing, he hurriedly urged Emolin the next second. Hurry up. While the things are still there, go find out what's inside. The Sorting Hat urged. The centaur stopped and shook his head. Okay, Emolin, I can only take you here. The way back, the elves living on the guardian tree don't allow us to enter. Only the white-haired humans who make magic wands can enter with permission. If I go in, I'm afraid you will suffer too. Botruckle? Ollivander. The first 2 people that Merlin thought of when he heard this were these 2. He knew of only Ollivander, who had white hair and could come here to find wand materials. And the only elf who could be an elf on the guardian tree was a Botruckle. But he was a little curious about how Ollivander was able to bribe the Botruckle. This magical animal has no other pursuit except guarding the wand tree. But once someone picks the magic wood without permission, they will be besieged by them. He didn't think Ollivander could fight so many Botruckles. He probably signed the contract by other methods. Merlin originally wanted to avoid these little guys and enter the guardian tree jungle inside. But who knew that the Sorting Hat was staring at an empty space in front of it? Merlin, right there. I feel the familiar breath from before. The fire dragon has escaped, but its things are still here. Merlin looked at the place where the Sorting Hat was looking and didn't want to talk. That place happened to be where there were the most Botruckles. Now, Merlin could only hope that the Botruckles here would not be too wild, and it would be best if there were 1 or 2 that could communicate and help. Merlin thought about things and walked into the area where the Botruckles gathered. But the strange thing was that all the Botruckles didn't react, and were even doing their own things, ignoring Merlin at all. Goose Girl. Merlin's pants. Firenze looked at Lynn dumbfounded. The Sorting Hat hugged Merlin's head and screamed in shock. No, Merlin, how can you let the Botruckles ignore you? What did you do? Chapter 85. Merlin was also a little strange. Although the bowtruckle is a 2-star magical animal with a peaceful and docile personality. But when they feel a crisis or someone wants to cut down a tree to make a wand, they will become violent. The book records that they will dig people's eyes with their claws and bite people. The strength of one may not be a big deal. But there are many bowtruckles. There are often dozens or even hundreds of them on a tree. It is also terrible when they pounce and attack from all angles at the same time. Even some inexperienced aurors will be unable to defend themselves. Originally, Merlin was ready to use his language proficiency talent to listen to what these bowtruckles are saying. But unexpectedly, the bowtruckles didn't care about his appearance at all. This is completely unreasonable. Merlin, tell me honestly, what have you done? How many bowtruckles have you saved? I have never seen a bowtruckle so close without alarming it. The Sorting Hat grabbed his head and kept muttering. No, I haven't come into contact with a bowtruckle before. Wait, I might know. Merlin suddenly thought of something. He had indeed come into contact with a bowtruckle before. But it was in Ollivanders' wand shop. He had used nature summoning once when testing his wand. The bowtruckles that came out were sorting out their wands, and it seemed that one of them paid special attention to him. Professor McGonagall and Ollivander were shocked and speechless at the time. Later, he learned that the nature summoning was a spell developed by ancient wizards who believed in the natural religion. After using this spell, you will permanently gain the favor of the magical animal you summoned. And the one he summoned happened to be a bowtruckle. Maybe for this reason, the bowtruckles won't attack me. The Sorting Hat's entire hat became stiff. No, how could someone be so fresh and refined, pretending to be cool and innocent? Damn it! Emolyn ignored the Sorting Hat's envy and began to check the guardian tree in front of him. According to the Sorting Hat, this guardian tree may have existed for more than 1,000 years, and it is an absolute treasure among the guardian trees. Whether it is used to make a wand or to make magic pattern paper with bark, it is the best material. Although I came to follow the Sorting Hat to find the dragon's nest. But I naturally can't miss this kind of precious magic material. After all, galleon is power. But how can I persuade those bowtruckles to allow me to collect some? Emolyn, it's important. The Sorting Hat urged excitedly. I have sensed the location of the dragon's nest treasure. Look for this first. Maybe, it's a bit bad. Merlin looked around and pointed to a place with the most hunchbacks. The entrance to the dragon's nest should have collapsed, and it seems to have become a place where hunchbacks gather. Merlin's pants. How could this happen? The Sorting Hat stretched out the tip of the hat, and the wrinkles at the eye sockets were completely flattened, staring fiercely at the sunken pit in front of it. For a long while, the brim of the hat curled up, and the tip of the hat lowered to hide the wailing. He also knew that Merlin had only gained the favor of the hunchbacks. He would not be attacked if he appeared here. But if he really went to the place where the hunchbacks lived, he would still be beaten. Forget it, wait until you are stronger, and then see what to do. The Sorting Hat was reluctant, but still did not force Merlin to go again. Wait, maybe I can try to ask. Merlin thought for a while, and looked at a little hunchback lying lazily on the treetop to bask in the moonlight. The 2 green leaves on the top of the head were separated to the left and right, and the limbs were still thin branches and tender buds, and the 2 sesame-sized eyes seemed to be yawning. Hello, little guy, can I ask your leader something? Merlin took out a dried earthworm and handed it to it. Wow! The little bowtruckle exclaimed excitedly, grabbed the bald earthworm and bit it hard, chewing it with relish like eating watermelon. Oh, it tastes unimaginable. The Sorting Hat looked complicated. You can imagine it as Dumbledore eating a pile of cockroaches, the same. Ugh! The Sorting Hat retched. Merlin, that's enough, you really can't say that anymore, I will have a psychological shadow. Okay. Merlin curled his lips. He stopped teasing the Sorting Hat and quietly watched the little bowtruckle eat the earthworm. Very quickly. The little bowtruckle clapped his hands, finished eating a whole watermelon worm, looked at Lynn and nodded. It made a strange sound. The Sorting Hat couldn't get any more questions out of him, so it just snorted and stopped talking, quietly watching Emolyn and the bowtruckle communicate. The bowtruckle, who had eaten a lot of dirt, patted his belly, jumped off the tree, and climbed onto Emolyn's shoulder in 3 or 2 steps, chirping and asking him to go to the gathering place of the bowtruckles. Emolyn was curious about what it was going to do, so he followed it to check the situation. Unexpectedly, the little bowtruckle pointed at him and screamed when he entered. The bowtruckles around him all opened their eyes wide, waved their arms, and then welcomed Emolin's arrival. Emolin understood what they said, and the corners of his mouth twitched with a little bit of admiration. The little Bowtruckle actually told them that he was the messenger of the forest and came to give them earthworms to eat. Title: Thinking about the current situation. For the little Bowtruckle, it was a great honor to meet someone who was dozens of times bigger than him, who not only understood what they were saying, but also gave them food. It was indeed similar to the god of nature. However, the little guy in front of him was really amazing to be able to fool this group of Bowtruckles in front of him. Anyway, earthworms are not valuable things. There are tens of thousands of them in stock in Emolin's space. If the Bowtruckle likes it. Emolin waved his hand casually and cast a floating spell. Thousands of earthworms appeared in the whole cave and flew towards each Bowtruckle. For a while, the whole cave was filled with the sound of chi chi chi, chi chi chi. The little Bowtruckle who brought Emolin here kept calling. Soon, a huge Bowtruckle came down from the guardian tree. It was more than 1 meter tall, and the bark on its body was hard and strong, protecting itself firmly. When it saw Merlin, it was not as surprised as others, and even greeted him. "Little human wizard, you saved me." The Sorting Hat opened its eyes wide, and the whole hat grabbed Merlin's head in shock. "Merlin's beard, you can actually talk." The Bowtruckle blinked, noticed the hat on Merlin's head, thought about it and suddenly realized. "Oh? It's you, Gryffindor's hat. Why have you become like this?" The Bowtruckle asked curiously. "You, know me?" The Sorting Hat opened its eyes wide, and couldn't believe that it could meet an old acquaintance here. "No. It's not a human, and it's not familiar." "Never mind, it doesn't matter." The Sorting Hat shook its head, and the brim of the hat shook as if to say hello. "But I didn't remember you, sorry." "It's okay." The Bowtruckle waved his hand and pointed at the little Bowtruckle with emotion. "I was only as big as it at that time, and I didn't know you. I just often saw 4 wizards coming here from the tree to find fire dragons and try to tame them. But they failed every time, and I remembered their names every time they came. It seems that they also built a school here, and a man named Ollivander often came to ask me to make a wand with branches. But his appearance changes every once in a while. Human wizards are really strange creatures." Merlin and the Sorting Hat were silent at the same time. It's just that Merlin was shocked that Hogwarts was indeed full of hidden talents. You can meet a Bowtruckle that has lived for more than 1,000 years in the Forbidden Forest. And the Sorting Hat was confused. He always thought that he was the oldest being in the whole Hogwarts. Unexpectedly, he changed again and again since he met Merlin. First it was Slytherin's idea, then Gryffindor's magic puppet, and now there is a Bowtruckle that has lived longer than the Big Four. The Sorting Hat even suspected that if he followed Merlin for a while, the untamed fire dragon would reappear. "For a while, I was a little depressed. I will become more and more useless like this. What if Merlin doesn't give me a renovation?" "It's not impossible." Merlin nodded. "What?" The Sorting Hat was dumbfounded. "Is it really useless? I mean, maybe I can really find that dragon later. If I have time, I can ask Gryffindor again. Maybe after knowing the name, I can really." "Not bad. I knew you, Merlin, wouldn't think I'm useless." The Sorting Hat shouted proudly. Merlin rolled his eyes. "Do I need to repeat this fact?" After saying that, he suddenly thought of something. "Hey, that's not right. It's obvious that the Bowtruckle in front of me has lived for more than 1,000 years, and it's still not asleep, and its memory is complete. Why do I have to go to Gryffindor? Wouldn't it be better to just ask this Bowtruckle directly?" "The name of the fire dragon." The Bowtruckle blinked and scratched the bark on his body. "I really need to think about this. It's been too long. How did they shout the name of this dragon slayer at that time?" "Oh, Hat, do you remember?" The Bowtruckle looked at the Sorting Hat. The Sorting Hat pouted, feeling a little guilty. "I didn't have such a good memory at that time, I don't have an impression, otherwise I would have said it earlier." The Bowtruckle shook his wrist, his eyes were a little scattered. "I remember, they always seem to call a very friendly name. It seems to be Leoria." Merlin almost choked. What a strange name for this fire dragon. Does it have breath attacks, ramming attacks, and rolling attacks, and will it run away if it can't be defeated? Not really, the dragon's nest is here, and she seems unable to escape. But it seems that the first few attack methods are all there. Okay. Merlin imagined the scene of the 4 giants holding wands and playing Monster Hunter with fire dragons, and it was really a bit overwhelming. What happened next? He remembered that Dumbledore said that the 4 giants did not tame the fire dragon, and there was no news of killing dragons later. This Bowtruckle should know about it. Chapter 86. Later, the 4 wizards couldn't tame the dragon. The dragon didn't want to stay in this sad place any longer, so it gave me all the things and flew away. Wow! The Sorting Hat's eyes lit up. Since the Bowtruckle said so, there must be a lot of good things. He hurriedly urged Merlin to come over and see what was good. It's just some shiny things. It's useless for us to keep them. If you are interested, I'll give them to you. You give them to us, you are our friends. The Bowtruckle said casually. Then he made the same strange syllables as before. Many Bowtruckles jumped down the tree and returned to the nest below. Soon, dozens of things were brought out. Treasure! Treasure! Merlin, this must be the treasure left by the dragon. Let's see what's there. The Sorting Hat was very excited. But Merlin couldn't hold back when he saw what the Bowtruckles were holding. This was clearly a bottle for various potions. Think about the news he heard before. Merlin was basically sure that this was the magic potion specially prepared by the 4 giants to restore Leoria's physical strength. He took a quick look and roughly judged the effects of these potions. Restore physical strength, heal wounds, restore strength, maintain sleep. Sure enough, it was the style of the 4 giants before 130. Are they all these? Yes, all these. The tree-guarding hunchback said. The branches wrapped around several bottles turned over. At first, we also studied using these things to water the guardian tree, but later we found that there was no effect, so we threw them all over there. If you want, you can take them all. Merlin clicked his tongue. He looked at the Sorting Hat again. How about these second-hand potion bottles, do you want to recycle them? The Sorting Hat no longer wanted to talk, with its brim and eyes drooping, and a decadent face. He only needed a cigarette in his mouth to perfectly play the role of a street vagrant. He kept muttering. The dragon's nest treasure, the dragon's man treasure is just these. Gryffindor, you scumbags, if you keep going like this, when will I be able to renovate? I'm tired, I don't love it anymore. It's okay, there are other things, it's not a loss. Merlin reminded. What else? Merlin looked at the Bowtruckle and asked about the process of exchanging magic pattern paper and ollivander for wandwood used by the centaur tribe. Oh, you mean those things? The Bowtruckle spread his hands generously. The guardian tree needs to remove the old bark every once in a while. Those are the old bark and dead branches that have fallen off. We don't use them and throw them over there. They come to help us clean up every once in a while. If you need, you can take them all away. I walk slowly, so I won't accompany you there. Joe, you follow Mr. Lin to take a look. Chirp. The little Bowtruckle who brought Merlin here jumped over in response to the roll, climbed onto Merlin's shoulder, and looked at his Sorting Hat again. He climbed onto the Sorting Hat again in a few steps and rode on the hat to guide the direction. Chirp, chirp. Hey, little guy, get down here. I'm the same generation as your great-great-great-grandfather, be polite. The Sorting Hat shouted and shook. But the little Bowtruckle didn't listen at all. He grabbed the hat and shook it left and right, but he didn't mean to get down. In the end, Merlin couldn't stand it anymore, so he grabbed the hat and took it off and put it on his shoulder. Although he wanted to learn from Newt and put the Bowtruckle in his chest pocket, there was no such design on the Hogwarts uniform. In order to know the way more clearly, he had to do this. A few minutes later, led by the Bowtruckle, the two came to the place where the Bowtruckle said the garbage was piled up. Under the moonlight, all kinds of potion materials were placed on the ground. From the bark of the Bowtruckle to the dead branches of the guardian tree, as well as the feathers of the evil bird and the hair of the invisible beast. Merlin was surprised when he saw it. He had never bought such a complete set of potion materials in Diagon Alley, and basically all of them had to be purchased with money. I didn't expect that the Forbidden Forest was full of garbage thrown around randomly. I can only say that I lost countless galleons for not discovering it earlier. The Sorting Hat was even more dull-eyed, and spoke in a low voice for a long time. Merlin's beard. How can there be so many materials? Merlin, pinch me. Flames appear. Merlin raised his wand, and a cluster of flames lit up and approached the Sorting Hat. It's not good to pinch the hat, but it's really the best way to roast it directly. Ouch! The Sorting Hat screamed, extremely shrill, but his face was full of surprise and smile. Merlin, I'm rich, I'm rich. This is really rich. I can finally renovate. This is much more valuable than the treasure of the fire dragon. This is too Merlin's beard, I can't even imagine how many galleons these materials will have. The sorting hat was so excited that it even jumped down and started sorting the materials by itself. Oh! Praise Merlin! There is unicorn tail hair. Can I use it to weave my underwear? Don't you want the sheepskin of lava goats? Merlin asked back. He still remembered that the sorting hat wanted this goat skin to make a new lining. Goat skin? What kind of garbage is that? I am the only sorting hat in Hogwarts in 1,000 years. Is it too much to use the silk thread woven from unicorn tail hair? Merlin! Look, what do I see? The sorting hat screamed, and the brim of the hat held a large piece of dragon scales with excitement. Fire dragon scales! You can't buy this thing outside, right? Merlin, I decided to use dragon scales to paste the outer decoration, and then it will look like a dragon skin hat. The sorting hat was excited to imagine what it would look like after the transformation. Merlin looked at the pile of materials in front of him and calmly cast a spell to classify them. I felt that I came to the right place tonight. This wave of conventional materials can save me at least tens of thousands of jialong, not to mention some precious materials. It is estimated that it is worth tens of thousands on the black market. Getting rich overnight, that's what it means. It's a pity that this kind of thing can only happen once, and then. No. Merlin looked into the depths of the Forbidden Forest and raised the corners of his mouth. The Forbidden Forest is so large, since there are thousand-year-old tree guarding hunches, there must be many other animals. At least he knew that there was a giant eight-eyed spider named Aragog with many offspring. Although it was Hagrid's friend. But what it did was not like a friend at all. It was secretive in front of Hagrid, and who knows how many things in the Forbidden Forest it had eaten behind the scenes, and there might even be wizards who had entered. Merlin decided to investigate another day. If there was really a problem, he didn't mind cleaning this guy up for Hagrid. Automatically sort. Seeing that the sorting hat was holding the dragon scales and the scattered materials inside, Merlin simply released the sorting spell directly. Various materials floated up in front of him and were automatically sorted and packed. Then he took back the space, grabbed the sorting hat and put it on his head. Let's go, old hat, go back and sleep before you get excited. You don't have class tomorrow, but I still have class. But isn't tomorrow the weekend? The sorting hat looked as if you were teasing me. Who said you can't have class on weekends? I'm going to take private flying lessons. You don't have a lady's hat to date you, but I have a little girl to date. The sorting hat fell silent. For a long while, it still couldn't think of how to say it back without using dirty words, so it simply entered autism mode. After returning home, Merlin suddenly remembered something while lying on the bed. It seems that he didn't send the little bowtruckle named Joe back. Dex did. Just thinking about it. A tender green little head popped out from the layers of folds in the cloak, whispering something to Merlin. What? Merlin was a little dumbfounded when he heard it. According to what the bowtruckle meant, it actually wanted to learn and play with itself. Does this mean that I have to follow the old path of Senior Newt? Merlin was really a little overwhelmed. The same Hufflepuff, the same magical animal lover, and the same bowtruckle. He even raised dangerous magical animals during school. It seemed that he was walking the same path as Newt. And he was still the same magical animal trainer. Could it be that Hufflepuff was specialized in this profession? But think about it carefully. It seems that it is also good to follow Newt's path. In his prime, Newt, if he was given some preparation time, could release all the animals and even fight Grindelwald alone without losing. It is enough to show how powerful the magical animal trainer is. However, Merlin remembered Hagrid's words. Last time, Newt tried to trick the mermaid into his box. I don't know how big that box is. If it can be placed in the room, can a zoo for magical animals be built? There seems to be no such place in the magic world now. It should be considered a transformation, right? Yes. It must be possible. Merlin became interested instantly. He picked up the wand and left a line of marks in the air. He was going to ask Dumbledore for Newt's contact information when he met him another day. You can write to 4.9 to ask him how he studied the traceless retraction charm and evaded the Ministry of Magic's inspection. I believe that for the sake of my junior, I will definitely get the answer. It would be best if I could get a few animals from him. It would save me from having to go to all over the world to collect them later. Moreover, Merlin thinks Newt will definitely be interested in setting up a zoo. After all, it is better to keep animals in the open than to keep them in secret. At that time, maybe he can move here directly and serve as the zoo director for free. Not only can he save a wave of salary, but he can also earn a legendary keeper for free. A huge profit. Merlin closed his eyes happily and fell asleep. At this moment, Newt, who was far away in Dorset taking care of the catkins, suddenly sneezed. The 3 catkins on his body jumped off the ground in fear. After a long while, they did not find any problems, and then they lazily climbed back to Newt to sleep. Only Newt, who was confused, was left thinking about what had just happened. Why did he feel like he was cursed? Feel the direction of this feeling. Newt got up and went to write a letter to Dumbledore. Dear Albus, did something happen at Hogwarts again? I feel a palpitation coming from the school. I look forward to your reply. Yours faithfully, Newt Artemis Fidos Commander. Chapter 87. The next morning. When Merlin woke up, he saw the mark he had left on the bedside at night. Write a letter to Newt to invite him to join us in the construction of the zoo of magical animals. He took a piece of parchment, wrote down Newt's name, changed into a slightly sporty outfit and went to have breakfast. Ernie and Justin woke up in the middle and asked Merlin why he got up so early on the weekend. You don't have to do homework, won't it be bad if you sleep more? No, Chu Jong asked me to watch her Quidditch Seeker selection, and taught me the precautions of flying broom. What? Merlin's beard, what did you just say? Ravenclaw School Beauty actually asked you out. Ernie turned over from the bed, his dazed eyes instantly cleared up. Justin was full of disbelief. Merlin nodded calmly. Yes, what's the problem? No? Why? The 2 roommates were crazy. The little witch in Gryffindor is so close to you, and the school beauty of Ravenclaw is also dating you. Did you save the wizarding world in your previous life? No, maybe it's because I'm handsome. Shit. Gnome. Both of them raised their middle fingers at the same time. Hey. After seeing Merlin slowly raise his wand, the heart turned into a thumbs up. Indeed, you are right, Merlin. Okay, I'm going to date 16, remember to make up your homework. If I remember correctly, the first class next week is potions. Oh. Merlin, you are damned. Why did you let me hear such tragic news so early in the morning? I hate you. The 2 of them didn't curse, and Lynn had already closed the door and left the village. It feels so good to wake up my roommates when I wake up. As usual, I went to the kitchen to find Tamer to make a breakfast for myself. Steamed dumplings and tofu brain. I haven't eaten this for a long time. With chili and vinegar, it's just delicious. Thinking that Chu Jong might not have time to eat breakfast, Merlin also packed a portion for Chu Jong. When he arrived at the Quidditch field, there were already many Ravenclaw students preparing there. Merlin saw Chu Jong at a glance. Even wearing Quidditch clothes couldn't hide the elegance and beauty on her face. Noticing Merlin coming over, she waved to Merlin without caring about still wearing a helmet. Merlin. I'm here. Well, Chu Jong, I saw it. The girls around Chu Jong let out a sudden realization. Then Emolyn heard many heartbroken voices. Damn it, I don't want Chu Jong to look at me more after my performance on the court today. Damn Hufflepuff boy, it's not enough to be with the little witch of Gryffindor, he also wants to find our school flower. He even came to our Quidditch training ground to show his affection. I can't stand it, I want to challenge him to a duel. Oh. Emolyn's ears moved, and he looked at the little wizards who wanted to challenge him with interest. Unfortunately, the next second, the people around him grabbed the duelist and persuaded him kindly. Can you beat the giant squid? Can you use a perfect freezing spell? Can you let the dean give extra points because of your powerful spell? After 3 consecutive exhortations, the little wizard's fighting spirit instantly dissipated. Okay, I give up. But, as a Ravenclaw, I can't lose to him in the exam. I must let him see my score in this year's exam. After the voice fell, the expressions of the wizards around him became more outrageous. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Before the little wizard could react to what happened, he heard the classmates around him say. Don't you really know that all the courses he has taken now are exempt from homework? Maybe he doesn't need to take exams, how can you compete with him? Besides, you are not as handsome as him. Oh, no, I am a loser. Appearance became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the little wizard. Emolin shook his head. Alas, as expected, excellence is also a kind of trouble. It makes people faint without taking action. You are so shameless. The girls around Chuzhong have already dispersed and don't disturb her and Emolin's date alone. Why are you here so early? Have you eaten? Yes, I asked the elf to pack you a portion. Well, Merlin's beard. You actually know about Xialong Bao. Just as Chuzhong was about to take it and put it aside, his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise and excitement. Emolin shrugged. My former friend told me that in the east, Xialong Bao is a very good breakfast. I think you will like it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I haven't eaten this for a long time. Chuzhong was so excited that he didn't care about the selection and picked up one and put it in his mouth. He was so happy that he closed his eyes and smiled. Slow down, there are more. Emolin pointed to another package. You can take a look at that. What else? Oh my god! Tofu brain! Chuzhong was so happy that he even said a familiar sigh. How did you know that I would like to eat brown sugar tofu brain? Guessed. Emolin smiled faintly, hiding his merits and fame. Although Chuzhong wanted to eat, he didn't dare to eat more for the selection. He only ate a small half and didn't dare to continue. Don't worry, come to me if you want to eat in the future. Then why can't I go directly to the kitchen to find the elf? Chuzhong asked back with a frown. Because without Hufflepuff's guidance, you can't enter the kitchen. Chuzhong suddenly regretted why she asked this question. Now she was not the one who was angry. What else to say, the selection has begun. Chuzhong didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly stepped on the broom to take off to participate in the selection. Emolin sat below with a telescope to check her situation. As a girl from Ravenclaw, Chu Zhang's Quidditch skills are indeed much better than those of the other competitors. But, it's really not enough to put her in the 4 colleges. Even Harry, a freshman who just entered the school, can use the advanced skills of super long-distance diving, grabbing the ball, reversing and reducing damage when he first came into contact with the flying broom. In contrast, Chuzhong is not very skilled. Often loses his way in the air and misses the golden snitch. But in the end, due to the overall strength of the team, he still qualified as a seeker. Wow! Emolin! I can't believe it, I'm really selected. Chuzhong jumped off the broom and rushed to Emolin to report the good news without even having time to change his clothes. Congratulations! You deserve it. Hee, thank you. Chuzhong was very happy to feel that Emolin was sincerely congratulating him. It seems that someone doesn't need to go back with us to eat. Let's go, I can smell the smell at the entrance of the Hufflepuff Academy lounge. Chuzhong was about to say something, but the two of them had already run away with a smile, and asked Chuzhong to change his clothes as soon as possible so that they could change their clothes. Then wait for me, I'll go change my clothes. Okay. Merlin nodded, watched Chuzhong leave, took out the parchment and continued writing. He was going to build a zoo of magical animals. How could he interrupt because of a date? But he had to consider the content of the letter. After all, it was his first time writing a letter, and he had to show certain abilities to attract attention. Wait! How could I forget these 463? Merlin felt that he was really a bit stupid. Why should he think about other abilities? As the first little wizard in history to tame a fire dragon, as long as he said this information, I believe Newt would have countless questions to ask himself. As for credibility, I believe Professor Dumbledore will give him this proof. Merlin smiled slightly and wrote. Senior Newt, I am this year's Hufflepuff freshman Merlin Handel. I'm writing to you because I tamed a Norwegian Ridgeback earlier this week, but for some reason, I'm not sure if the process can be made public, so I'm writing to ask. Due to time constraints, I can't write too many details about the process. Finally, I also like magical animals, and I'm very interested in the suitcase you made and the magical animals you raise. If there is a chance, I hope to communicate with you in detail. Looking forward to your reply. Soon, the letter of several hundred words was finished. Merlin read it again and was very satisfied. The details aroused enough expectations, and the missing parts dug enough holes. He didn't believe that Newt would not come to find him after seeing this letter. Putting the envelope away, just when he was about to go to see how Chuzhong dressed up, a girl in a cheongsam appeared in the distance. Although her current figure cannot perfectly control this dress, the feeling it gives people is not bad at all. The slight dress is to achieve a balanced beauty. Not too gorgeous and not too casual. A strand of hair gently drooped and fluttered by the ear, and Chu Zhang's voice came with the wind. Sorry, I'm a little late to change this look. Molan, do you think it looks good? Molan's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god! Is this the senior sister? Straight ball. Too fast, how to respond to this? Chapter 88. After calming down, Molan decided to treat it normally. It's just a Cheongsam. We'll see each other again in the future. He nodded and thought of the answer in just a few seconds. It looks good. But it feels a little inappropriate. Ah? Where? Chu Zhang was obviously a little disappointed. He had finally prepared this dress, but he didn't satisfy Molan. Such a beautiful dress is not suitable to appear here. You should go to the store in Hogsmeade or the ice cream shop in Diagon Alley. R.D. Chu Zhang's worries disappeared instantly, and a full smile appeared on his face. Then he came over and gently hit Molan's arm. Don't say that next time. I almost thought I didn't prepare well enough. Where, it's already very beautiful. Who is prettier, me or Hermione? Chu Zhang asked with a stern face. Molan was shocked. Is this really a teenage wizard? The questions he asked were heartbreaking. Fortunately, the relationship has not been confirmed yet, so Molan has no psychological burden. You are beautiful in different ways. You are beautiful in a delicate way, and she is beautiful in a sunny way. Ah, and the one who just joked with you, is it Senior Peanut? She is also beautiful, the kind of beautiful in a cool way. Everyone is beautiful in different ways. You are all my friends, so you are all beautiful. Just friends. Yeah, good friends. Oh. Really, I won't lie to you. Humph. Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. Chu Zhang didn't get the answer he wanted most, but he didn't plan to care about anything because of Molan's attitude. Then he looked at Molan and asked what he was going to do next. Didn't you say you would teach me to ride a flying broom? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Zhang covered her face. She had completely forgotten about this just now, and only wanted to change her clothes and come out beautifully. Molan opened his mouth and looked at the flying broom flying over his head. I just remembered it, do you believe me? Okay, what should we do now? How about taking you to a good place? What? You'll know when you get there. Molan still kept it to himself. He then took Chu Zhang to the room of requests on the 8th floor. Is there anything special here? Chu Zhang looked at the huge painting on the wall and didn't quite understand. Think of a place you want to go the most, and then think about it and walk back and forth 3 times. It's like making a birthday wish. Molan emphasized it again. Is there any point in this? Chu Zhang was not sure. You'll know if you try it. Okay. Although he didn't know what Molan was up to, Chu Zhang still chose to listen to Molan. Soon, Molan received Chu Zhang's wish. I want to go to an amusement park. Merlin looked at this wish and thought it was outrageous. Muggles are all going to the fake Hogwarts and enjoying it. You, a serious little witch, are actually thinking about going to the amusement park. What a rebellious behavior. But if you think about it carefully, Chu Zhang is also a little wizard from a half-Muggle family. It seems normal to like going to the amusement park at this age. So, Merlin's heart moved and agreed to Chu Zhang's wish. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Nothing. Wow. Merlin's beard, Lin, how did you do it? Chu Zhang opened his eyes and didn't see any changes. Just as he was about to complain, Molan opened the door to reveal the space inside. A playground with no end in sight appeared inside the door. How did you do this? Chu Zhang asked curiously. She never knew there was such a place in the school. To make a long story short, you can understand that this is the most special place in the school. It will appear when you need it, but it's useless if you just think about it casually. Molan briefly told Chu Zhang about the room of requirement. It's amazing. Chu Zhang was surprised. Even if he walked into this space, he still couldn't believe it was real. But soon, the curiosity about magic was defeated by the expectation of the toys in the playground. Chu Zhang took Molan to play in the room of requirement for several hours. He returned to the castle happily after experiencing all the projects. Thank you, Molan, I'm very happy today. Me too. Then I'll go back. Okay, I'll take you back. Ravenclaw Tower was not far away, and Merlin happened to have something to ask Dumbledore, so he simply sent Chu Jong back to the dormitory door and then looked for the entrance to the principal's office. "Hey, little wizard, you're here again. Today is the weekend, are you here to see Professor Blido?" The statue at the door of the principal's office saw Merlin coming over and said hello. "That's right. Because there is something I'm not sure about, I want to ask the professor for help. By the way, the password is cockroach pile." "The password is correct." The statue turned around to reveal the passage. Merlin went upstairs to find Dumbledore. Before he got close, he heard a quarrel in the principal's office. "Albus, I will never allow this to happen again. That's a state that can kill unicorns. Do you really think love is a stronger magic than magic? You obviously already know who has the problem, but you still refuse to listen to my advice. Why not use the truth serum earlier?" Dumbledore suddenly laughed when he heard this. "What's wrong? Albus, you don't think I'm kidding you, do you?" "Of course not, Severus. I know exactly what you mean, and I agree with part of it, and someone else has proposed the same method before you, asking me to give the suspect the truth serum. If I didn't know that he would definitely not tell you, I would have suspected that he was here to work with you to get me to approve the use of the truth serum." "Who is it?" Snape's tone was low and suspicious. He couldn't even think of anyone who would have such a flexible bottom line as him. "Mr. Merlin Hantel," Dumbledore said softly. "How is it possible?" Snape's face was as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. "Albus, are you sure a Hufflepuff can say such a thing?" "Yes, that's right, Professor, I said it." Merlin heard this, pushed open the door, and forcefully interrupted the conversation between the two. "By the way," he blinked and smiled at Snape. "It's just right that you are here, Professor. It will be much easier to find you later." "Why do you want to find me?" "I won't use anything you've handled, Merlin Hantel." Snape narrowed his eyes and recovered coldly, almost gritting his teeth in anger. "That's a lot of things. Professor, you haven't told me more about the Potions Championship, and how about the materials I collected in the Forbidden Forest yesterday? Those things, anyone with a brain can understand them, what do you need me to do? And the things in the Forbidden Forest are mostly garbage, don't take them out." Snape snorted and waved his hand, not wanting to look at Chun anymore. And Merlin smiled slightly and asked Snape if he really didn't regret it. "Really?" Snape's expression was the same as when he came in, without any change. "Well, in this case, I can only show the professor what I got yesterday." Merlin sighed. He called out the things he needed from the space. He decided that since Snape himself didn't care, he would shock him with a little bit of potion materials here. Chapter 89. Merlin took out a small amount of materials from the space. A Chromanthus corpse, unicorn hair and horn, 10-year-old bowtruckle bark, 100-year-old bowtruckle bark. Merlin saw that the table was almost full, and looked around for other places to put things. "Oh, it seems like there is no room for it." "That's enough, Merlin." Snape snorted disdainfully. "These materials can be bought in Diagon Alley. I'm afraid that what you put on the table is less than 10 galleons. If you are complacent about finding these materials for yourself, I think you can say goodbye to the advanced profession of Potion Master." "Oh? Really?" Merlin raised his eyebrows and looked at Dumbledore. "Professor, do you mind if I use the retraction charm?" "Please go ahead." Merlin waved his wand. The table where the potion materials were placed suddenly extended and expanded, occupying half of the office area. The magic potion appears. Merlin took out about 1/10 of the materials from the space. Boom! Boom! There was a loud noise on the table, and countless materials fell down. What could be seen with the naked eye were bundles of Tiba warthog skins, tree monkey frog teeth, marten fur, tree demon juice, guardian tree branches, invisible beast hair, and moon idiot feces. Snape frowned. Although these materials were not rare, there were too many of them. There were thousands of galleons in this room. Although it was not very expensive for a potion master, it was worth the effort of Snape to collect so many materials in one night. "Is that all?" "Well, not bad, Merlin. But I still hope you can focus on the potion itself. The potion tournament will not test your speed in picking up potions. But it's not over yet, Professor." Merlin raised his lips. 530 This is just a part. I have almost 10 times more of this kind of ordinary materials. Merlin's beard. How is it possible? Snape's face changed. 1,000 galleons really couldn't impress him. But 10,000 galleons was different. Even if he used all his spare time every year to make potions, it would be difficult to raise such a large sum of money. And Merlin actually picked up materials worth so many galleons in the Forbidden Forest in one night. Snape's eyes were amused. He reached out and touched a handful of materials. What a lucky guy, Merlin, I don't think you dug up a dragon's nest. Professor, how did you know that? Do you also know that there is a dragon's nest in the Forbidden Forest? Merlin pretended to be surprised. This is impossible. Snape said coldly. Everyone knows that there are no dragons near Hogwarts, let alone a dragon's nest. Is that so? Merlin smiled and looked at Dumbledore. Professor, I think this matter can be discussed, right? All right. Dumbledore nodded slightly and told the story of the Big Four who had once tried to tame a dragon near Hogwarts. This is impossible. There is no book that records this incident. Because they felt that this thing was not successful, it was a bit embarrassing, so they didn't want to publicize it, so there was no record. How do you know? Snape looked at Merlin. Gryffindor told me. Merlin said, and then he sighed when he saw Snape was about to give him a hug. Well, the Sorting Hat told me. He had seen the fire dragon before, its name was Leoria. If you know anyone in the fire dragon sanctuary, maybe you can ask the dragon itself. I will, Merlin. Snape said in a low voice. In addition to these materials, are there any other? Of course. Merlin cleared all the materials on the table and took out the precious materials that he had specially sorted out. These were basically materials dropped from 4- or 5-star magical animals or extremely rare materials. Unicorn hair and horn, fresh eggshells of bird snakes, heart of 1,000-year-old guardian tree, bark of 1,000-year-old guardian hunchback, dragon scales, fresh unicorn blood. Merlin put out his things and introduced them. The next second, Snape raised his wand and pointed it at Merlin. Merlin, I need an explanation. What exactly did you do? Don't be nervous, Professor. I think Professor Dumbledore can tell you. Merlin looked at Dumbledore calmly. He asked Snape to come here to explain what happened in the Forbidden Forest. Albus, don't explain. I understand what you said yesterday, but these materials are not fresh enough to be collected, especially the unicorn blood. I saw it once. Even if it is a newly dead unicorn, its blood will become unusable within a few minutes. It is impossible for him to be in this state now, unless Merlin was ready to receive unicorn blood at any time after he made the prophecy. The silver jar was specially prepared to preserve it so well. What if it is stored in a glass bottle, Professor? Merlin suddenly said. It will completely dry up and become useless within half an hour. Merlin smiled and looked at Snape. He wanted to hear what else Snape could say at this time. The more precious the magic material, the more stringent the storage conditions. This is a fact known to all potion masters. But his innate potion processing can directly extract the characteristics of medicinal materials and other magical materials. This can basically be considered as an absolute miracle without loss and ignoring the storage period of medicinal materials. I believe Snape will definitely understand what this concept is. Stupid, what on earth are you doing? Snape became restless, staring through the glass bottle at the unicorn blood. The unicorn blood in the bottle turned into a silver solid, and the magic contained in it gradually disappeared. Snape's expression was so heavy that he was about to bleed. Merlin, do you know what you are doing? Such a precious material, you actually let it lose its effect, you are so stupid. Snape stared at the unicorn blood that had lost its effect and lost his temper. Even for a potion master like him, fresh unicorn blood is an extremely rare and precious potion material. He, BGBD, once bought an ounce of fresh unicorn blood on the black market for 1,000 galleons for research. 1,000 galleons was not a problem for him. But time was critical. He waited for 3 months for this material. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. And now, Merlin wasted more than a dozen ounces of unicorn blood in front of him. If it wasn't in Dumbledore's office, Snape even had the urge to kill Merlin. Snape narrowed his eyes, his face full of impatience. Do you think you are expressing your dissatisfaction with me by doing this? Stupid. You are wasting materials and the life of the unicorn. No matter what method it uses to leave you with this fresh blood. It doesn't mean you should use it this way. You let them become what they are now, wasting their lives in vain. Snape's cheek muscles were trembling. Dumbledore also cast a puzzled look. He knew that Merlin would not do such a childish thing. If it was to stimulate Snape, dragon scales, unicorn hair, and the following materials would be enough, and there was no need to take out fresh unicorn blood. But he and Snape didn't know what Merlin was going to do. Merlin picked up the glass bottle of unicorn blood and smiled slightly. "Professor, it is because of what you said that I collected these bloods yesterday. It is a pity to see them lose their magic. I have been thinking about solutions. Fortunately, I spent an evening researching and came up with a method." As Emolyn spoke, he released some magic power in his hand to cover the activation of his talent. Soon, the unicorn potion that had lost its activity in the bottle reversed and regained its magic power, turning into a silver flowing liquid. Just like now. Merlin shook the bottle lightly, and the unicorn blood rippled in the bottle, firmly attracting the attention of Snape and Dumbledore. Their eyes were fiery and unbelievable. Even the two seemed to have thought of something, staring at Merlin and asking how he did it. "I don't know, maybe it was inspired by chatting with Mr. Ollivander." "Ollivander?" Snape frowned, not thinking about what this had to do with a spell maker. Dumbledore pondered without speaking. The silver blood passed through the glass bottle, reflecting his blue eyes. Merlin's voice slowly sounded. "Feel the magic fluctuations of each material carefully. When the magic fluctuations match, you will feel that they are alive. It was in this state that I tried to use my magic to touch the unicorn's blood, and unexpectedly found that they regained their original activity. Although it won't last long, at least it can be restored once and continue to be used." "Will the efficacy of the drug be lost? How can this state be achieved? How many times can it be restored?" Snape asked hurriedly. "Sorry, Professor, I have never used it, so I cannot explain." "Merlin." Snape pursed his lips, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Sell me these unicorn bloods, I can give you 10,000 galleons. I apologize for what I just said. I hope you can sell me the unicorn blood, I really need it." "Tisk tisk." Merlin sighed. Sure enough, everyone has a soft spot for the unicorn blood. Snape even lost his rebellious attitude. But he still had to cruelly refuse. "Maybe not." Merlin shook his head and looked at Dumbledore. "I think Professor Dumbledore might also need to buy." "Indeed." Dumbledore nodded slightly, with a hint of excitement and expectation in his eyes. "Half and half, Albus." "Sure." The two looked at each other and immediately reached a consensus. After paying, each received half of the unicorn blood and left. "Dumbledore, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. We can discuss anything else another day." Snape asked Merlin to restore the activity of the unicorn blood and then ran away with the blood. Dumbledore summoned Fawkes to send it to another place after restoring the blood. Merlin didn't ask Dumbledore why he didn't use it himself. Anyway, he knew where he could send it. After he finished dealing with everything and saw that Merlin hadn't left yet, he remembered that Merlin had come to him on his own initiative, and asked Merlin if there was anything else. Actually, Professor, I want you to help me deliver a letter." Merlin took out a written letter and handed it to Dumbledore. Chapter 90. Newt's Commander. Dumbledore looked at the name on the envelope and shuddered for no reason. He had just received Newt's letter this morning. Although the letter contained many memories of his past life, concerns about his recent situation, and an invitation to go to Dorset for a vacation, Dumbledore still saw the core of the letter, the meaning. "Old Dumbledore, I have a bad feeling. Is there anything wrong with the school that needs to trouble me?" He was still wondering why Newt suddenly asked this question. He also wrote back that the school was good and there was no problem. Now it seems that he reacted a little too slowly. It's not that there is nothing, but that the problem has not found him yet. After admiring Newt's sharp intuition, Dumbledore calmly asked Merlin what he wanted to see Newt about. "Academic exchange." "Academic exchange?" Dumbledore looked suspicious. "Really? Professor?" Emolyn nodded seriously. "After watching Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, I became very interested in Newt's experience. It just so happens that I have conquered the dragon, so I want to discuss with Senior Newt how to get along with magical animals. That's it." Dumbledore lowered his head, looking past his glasses at Merlin. "Maybe, we will also discuss the magic potion that I researched before, and see if Senior Newt can give me some advice, or replace it with other ingredients. Is there nothing else?" Dumbledore looked suspicious. If that was all, Newt wouldn't have to be nervous. But Merlin looked so serious, it didn't seem like there was anything else going on. But just when he was about to agree, Merlin suddenly chuckled. Actually, I have some other ideas. What? I want to ask Senior Newt how big the suitcase is. If it is performed in the room, will it be more stable or have a larger area? Stop. Mr. Merlin, your idea is a bit too bold. Dumbledore finally knew where Newt's nervousness came from. After Grindelwald, Newt was banned from entering various countries. It was he who contacted the British Ministry of Magic and negotiated with the American Ministry of Magic through Tina, and finally succeeded in coordination. As long as Newt does not bring his box with who knows how many magical animals in it, a short trip can be provided. Also because of this box, the Ministry of Magic still believes that Newt is one of the most dangerous wizards in the world besides the Dark Lord. After all, if all the animals in Newt's box were released, even Grindelwald could be caught, and destroying some ordinary Muggle cities would be no big deal. And now, he actually heard that the little wizard in his school wanted to make a bigger box. No. It's a bigger house. He didn't even dare to imagine how terrible the capacity of a house with a traceless extension spell like Newt's would be. Wait. Dumbledore suddenly thought of something. Emmeline, you are not planning to build a dragon's nest in the room and raise a fire dragon, are you? Ah, Professor. Your suggestion is really great. Emmeline's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of preparing a dragon's nest in the room, so that I can take Norbert with me? Dumbledore felt his blood pressure rise, and regretted saying something. It seemed that if he hadn't said it, Merlin wouldn't even think of putting a dragon in the room. But, in this case, what did he need the room for? Dumbledore was very curious. Zoo. Yes, Professor. Merlin nodded. Do you think those magical animals live in different countries, regions, and even in dangerous places? Without a magical zoo, wizards would only be able to learn about these magical animals through books, photos, and oral accounts. I think there will be some misunderstandings and deviations, and it is not intuitive enough. But it is entirely possible to create a zoo of magical animals for wizards to understand and learn from. Dumbledore fell silent. After hearing Merlin's plan, he actually felt that it made some sense. And even Muggles have zoos, so it seems that the wizarding world can also have one. After thinking about it, he nodded. Okay, I'll forward this letter to Newt for you. But how do you know that you can't send a letter directly to Newt? Dumbledore was a little curious. Many people have watched Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and many of them can think of sending a letter to Newt. But Newt himself is socially anxious, and in order not to affect his normal life, he deliberately left a fake address. All letters sent to this address will be collected and then delivered to him by the house elves. Select those that should be replied to. In addition, most of them are placed in a corner. In addition to these ordinary letters, Newt also gives his friends an address to send letters. So, Dumbledore was curious about how Merlin knew about this. Ah! I didn't think too much about it. I just thought that if the professor sent you a letter, he might pay more attention to it and reply faster. That's all. Yes, that's right. Merlin nodded. He was sincere. Because when he showed Snape and the others this talent for potion processing, he didn't receive any system notification. It seems that the system thinks that the talent he gave doesn't count as transformation. In this case, Merlin decided to speed up the plan to open a zoo for magical animals. After all, even if it's a small one in the early stage, it can be counted as a reward. Okay, I'll have Fox deliver the letter when he gets back later. Merlin, do you have anything else to say? Actually, there is. Merlin mentioned the question about the Potions Championship. I really don't know the time and place, and Professor Snape didn't tell me. There has to be some advance preparation, right? What are you preparing for? I know you don't have to do homework in almost all of your classes now, and you're even the happiest person in Hogwarts besides Peeves. What else are you going to prepare? Dumbledore looked suspicious. For example, my alchemy shop, I think it will be open soon. Need to stock up on some goods. There are also orders from the Ministry of Magic that need to be delivered soon. This takes a lot of time, Professor. I'm really busy. Dumbledore was stunned and it took him several seconds to come back to his senses. Okay, Merlin, if there is any news, I will let Severus inform you. As for the rest of the information, I think you can get the answer from this book. Dumbledore waved his hand and brought a book with an old cover. Records of previous potion championships. Okay, thank you, Professor. After leaving the principal's office, Merlin looked at the sky, stretched comfortably, and felt a sense of emptiness. He didn't have to do homework or classes, and he seemed to have really become the most annoying student in Hogwarts. How about renovating the Sorting Hat? To read exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Merlin thought about going back to the dormitory. Ernie and Justin were not there, and no one knew where they went. The Sorting Hat was lazily basking in the sun on the windowsill. Merlin didn't want to deal with such complicated things in the dormitory, so he simply took the Sorting Hat and went to the room of requirement. But he didn't expect to see a familiar figure sitting in the room as soon as he entered the door. Hermione. Merlin, why are you here? The little witch was probably doing her homework, with many textbooks and parchments on the table. I'm here. Oh, you've always wanted to see the history of magic teacher I mentioned, so I brought him to you. Merlin changed the subject. Bring it. The little witch looked suspiciously at the person behind Emmeline. No one, Merlin. It's not a person. Not a human. The little witch was shocked and thought of something, and spoke in a low voice. Merlin, you didn't let a ghost in, did you? As she spoke, the little witch shrank into a... No, of course not, it's an object. Merlin said as he took out the Sorting Hat from his bag. Look, right here. We meet again, Ms. Hermione Granger. The Sorting Hat bends its tip to represent luggage. Ah! The little witch was startled and looked at Emmeline in a daze, then looked at the Sorting Hat on the table. Her first reaction was to cover her mouth. Merlin, how did you steal it? Professor Dumbledore will find out, right? The Sorting Hat couldn't help laughing. See, Merlin, is this how you look to other little wizards? You actually went to Dumbledore's office to steal things. Merlin sighed. He looked at the mentally retarded Sorting Hat. Is it possible that she thinks I'm good enough to steal things from Dumbledore without being discovered? This. The Sorting Hat was speechless, wondering if this was what Hermione meant. Merlin tapped Hermione's head. Don't talk nonsense, this is given to me by Professor Dumbledore, who asked me to help refurbish it. Renovation. Hermione was a little surprised when she heard it, but she quickly returned to normal. Indeed, I have heard many little witches say that they are afraid to wear the Sorting Hat because it looks tattered. Merlin. Tell her quickly, I'm not dirty. I just look a little old due to wear and tear, the Sorting Hat shouted. Hermione didn't listen at all and turned to Merlin for confirmation. Indeed. Emmeline nodded. Gryffindor thinks natural wear and tear is good. No automatic repair spells are cast, only automatic cleaning, so it is not dirty, it just looks a little dirty. So why refurbish? It has its own appeal. I hope it can look better. I can find more ladies' hats to exchange experiences in making hats. Oh. I see. It will definitely like Madame Malkin's robe shop. I remember there are many ladies' hats there. How about we take it with us next time we go to Diagon Alley? No problem, the Sorting Hat shouted happily. Hermione, you are truly the best Gryffindor I have ever met. That's right, don't worry, Mr. Sorting Hat, I will definitely find several ladies' hats for you to exchange hat-making experience. Okay. The Sorting Hat felt a little guilty for a moment. Okay, Hermione, come and help prepare the materials, we are going to start the renovation. Seeing that the little witch hadn't reacted to this, Merlin decisively agreed and skipped the topic, and started to prepare for the renovation of the Sorting Hat. Chapter 91. Hermione, don't tell anyone about this. Dumbledore didn't tell anyone else. This is a secret between the two of us. While preparing the materials, Emmeline suddenly whispered. Ah. Okay. Hermione blushed suddenly, her mind full of the secret that Merlin said. She bit her lip and nodded fiercely. Then she was stunned for a moment, forgetting what the second half of Merlin said, and went up to ask. Can you knit a sweater? Of course. Hermione raised her chin proudly. I often watch my mother knit sweaters and I also knit some simple patterns. That's great. Merlin was very happy. The lining of the Sorting Hat needs to be made of unicorn hair. He just tried to use the life spell. The thing he wove was not only terrible, but also completely unusable. It can only be believed that the life spell is also related to the level of the caster. After all, Merlin has no concept of weaving in his mind. Since Hermione can do it, it is better to give it to her. Then I'll show you. Hermione didn't even use magic to weave automatically, but conjured up 2 knitting needles and began to weave manually in a 497 pattern. Merlin, what material is this? It feels so comfortable, cool and has a bit of silk texture. I want to buy some to knit a scarf at home. Merlin opened his mouth wide, not knowing whether he should tell the little witch. The material she planned to weave the scarf was unicorn tail hair, which was usually put into the wand as the core material. For ordinary wizards, forget it, there is no need to be ordinary. Most wizards can't have many unicorn tail hairs, let alone the luxury of making hat linings or scarves. Merlin's beard. The little witch opened her eyes wide, and she became a little nervous when she looked at the materials in her hand. She had been to Diagon Alley and knew the value of unicorn tail hair. A bundle as thick as her little finger cost hundreds of galleons. But the unicorn tail hair in front of Merlin weighed more than 10 pounds. She couldn't help but ask Merlin if he had robbed the potion shop in Diagon Alley, otherwise how could there be so many unicorn tail hairs? Merlin could only briefly recount what happened in the Forbidden Forest last night. Of course, he omitted the death of the unicorn and the escape of Voldemort. The only thing left was his divination competition with the centaur, plus the search for the bowtruckle and the treasure of the dragon's nest. Wow! How exciting, the little witch exclaimed, with stars in her eyes. Hey! Merlin was stunned. This statement was very unlike Hermione. According to his impression of Hermione, shouldn't she be saying that he shouldn't break school rules? How did it become envy and excitement? Hey? Didn't you say that violating school rules is fine as long as you don't get caught? It seems that he did say that. But Merlin did not expect that the little witch would turn evil so quickly. He thought it would take a long time for her to react and join in, but he did not expect that it had already started. What? You are the only ones allowed to break the school rules, but I am not allowed to. Sure. Merlin nodded and silently apologized to Professor McGonagall. He seemed to have led a little lion astray again. But it was okay, at least he was more reliable, unlike Harry and his partner. They rushed to Fluffy on their first night outing. The little witch should be safe with him. I just don't know if they can still deal with Fluffy without one person. The thought flashed through his mind. Merlin began to process the dragon scales needed to refurbish the sorting hat on the table. The materials on the table didn't seem to have changed, but in fact, they had all been processed by Merlin. It was just that in order to keep a low profile, the appearance had not moved, and it still looked like it had been several years ago. It still needed to be polished and polished in the same way. The sorting hat swayed left and right on the edge, moving on the brim of the hat, inspecting the work of the two. Complaining from time to time. Oh my god! Merlin, you trimmed the dragon scale too roughly. It will make my hat look silky. I will use it for hundreds of years. Can you use better technology? Like trimming a troll's toenails. Oh! Merlin, you are so disgusting. It's fine as long as it's useful. Anyway, your talent is not your appearance. The sorting hat grinned happily when he heard this. Indeed. Merlin, you still understand me. Throughout all these years at Hogwarts, all the teachers and students have not discovered this. It seems that they deserve it because they don't have the strength like you. That is. Ah, it's really reassuring to let you renovate me. The sorting hat stretched lazily. Well, the sun is shining so brightly, it would be a waste of time if we don't go to bed. You guys continue, I'll go to bed for a while. After saying that, he moved to a corner of the table, where he lay down in the sun and began to sleep. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. When the sorting hat left, Hermione asked in a low voice whether Merlin's words were true or false. What? The sorting hat relies on talent, not appearance. What do you think? I think it's true. Hermione thought for a moment. After all, he has to come up with a song every year, and it must not be repeated, and he also has to judge the situation of each little wizard, which is not easy. That's true. Merlin nodded decisively. That's not right, Merlin, you didn't even think, what if I just said it was a lie? Merlin didn't even raise his head and continued to deal with the dragon scales in his hand. Although there were many scales left by the fire dragon, there was no need to use too many good parts to refurbish the sorting hat. What he was doing now was to select the ones with better outer ring decoration, but the magic defense was not so good. Hearing Hermione's words, he opened his mouth and said, That's fake. Why? Hermione couldn't understand what Merlin said. Why could something be true and false at the same time? Because there are 1,000 sorting hats for 1,000 people, and everyone has their own ideas, so just let them think they are right. Merlin said. The little witch was obviously stunned for a moment, and carefully thought about what Merlin said. After a while, she stopped knitting and nodded heavily. Merlin, I understand. Ah? What did you know? Merlin looked confused. But Hermione obviously didn't intend to tell him, and lowered her head to continue knitting. It was not until the evening that Hermione finally stopped and came over with a piece of cloth made of unicorn hair, about 2 square feet in size. All right, Merlin. Really fast. Merlin sighed and put down his work, taking the unicorn wool cloth made by the little witch. After a closer look, he felt that this thing really requires talent. There is no flaw in the cloth woven by Hermione, and it is even better than the high-end clothes in Madame Malkin's clothing store. Although it is due to the material, the industry is not simple. How is it? Is it okay? The little witch was still a little worried that she hadn't done it well, biting her lip a little nervously. Great. Perfect. I'm sure the sorting hat will thank you then. That's good, as long as I can help you. Hermione smiled sweetly, showing a row of teeth. Merlin looked at the sky and did not stay any longer. He packed up the dragon scales and sent Hermione back to the lounge. He agreed to deal with it another day and let her see how to renovate it. After that, Merlin returned to the dormitory. He saw a few more letters lying on his desk. He picked them up with confusion and laughed. The first one was from Mrs. Blotz, telling him that the store he chose was indeed good. She also asked for the owner's information and reminded Merlin that he could decide to rent it as soon as possible. In fact, Merlin had already obtained the ownership of this store, but he had not activated the contract. Now the conditions are ripe, and he can use the contract to obtain this store. But there is no hurry, Merlin continued to check other letters. The second letter was from Ollivander. The main meaning is that he can already make a mithril wand and confirm that the mithril wand is indeed better than the wooden wand in use. It is mainly stable, and there will not be a relatively jump in magic power due to the change of materials. And there will not be a particularly serious bias in use. But the problem now is that almost everyone in the wizarding world uses wooden wands. It may be difficult to change the concept immediately. Ollivander hopes that Merlin can think about whether there is any way to change this cognition. Well, it's unlikely to change in the short term, unless there is some major event. Merlin thought about it, but had no idea for the time being, so he put it aside and checked the third email. This email was different from the other two. There was even a magical aura emanating from it. Although the recipient information was his own, there was no sender information, only an icon consisting of a wand and 2 crucibles. But with just one glance, Merlin determined where the envelope came from. Merlin Alchemy Club. I didn't expect them to accept Dumbledore's recommendation so quickly. The moment he saw the envelope, Merlin understood the real purpose of the letter. It turned out that the Merlin Alchemy Club would send an invitation letter to every member who had the hope of passing. This invitation letter also came with an alchemical test. Only by completing the test in person can you obtain the real club membership qualification. And the envelope on Merlin's envelope seemed to be a calculation problem about spells and magic. Interesting. Merlin finally felt something different. He stopped paying attention to the other letters and started thinking about the topic of the Merlin Alchemy Club. Chapter 92. Magic was emanating from the envelope in front of him. Merlin did not touch or operate anything at first. The information attached to the magic was very clear. The envelope itself might be a test. If he failed to pass it safely, he would not receive invitations again. However, Merlin was still curious about what kind of test the magic attached to the envelope was. Shouldn't the person who set the test have problems controlling the accuracy of magic, resulting in serious magic leakage? What Merlin didn't know was that when he got the envelope, in the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was pouring tea for a white-haired old man in front of him. Nico, I didn't expect you to come here in person for Merlin's notice. You haven't stepped out of your room for more than 10 years. If people outside heard this, they would be surprised. Nicholas Flamel, the first alchemist in Europe, actually visited Hogwarts in person. But under the flickering lights, Nicholas Flamel was only wearing pajamas, and even had a crooked nightcap on his head. He didn't look like he was here to discuss business. It was more like he was out taking out the trash and met an old friend chatting at the door. After all, there are a lot of things in the letter, and I also want to see with my own eyes what this genius in the field of alchemy is like. Nico smiled slightly and picked up the black tea on the table. Also, I haven't had the black tea you brewed for a long time, Albus. I hope it still tastes the same as before. Of course. Dumbledore smiled and conjured up a few trays of refreshments. Nico shook his head. My last doctor has not allowed me to take any more sweets. What a shame, sweets can make people happy. Okay, Albus, tell me about your story. You wrote to me about the placement of the Philosopher's Stone, and I'm here to help you. After we finish reading, maybe the little wizard will be able to think of a way to crack the envelope? But it's not certain. Nico shook his head. After all, it is one of the most difficult alchemical problems in the history of the magic world. I just changed the way I presented it, hoping he wouldn't be able to solve it. What topic did you put? Dumbledore asked curiously. It's very simple. Leave a ball of magic on the envelope, but you can only use less magic than this to resist and dispel it. The envelope can only be opened when the magic power completely dissipates, otherwise the envelope will be destroyed directly. Nico slowly spoke. You. Dumbledore shook his head. Isn't this the problem of Merlin's apple? You have been studying it for hundreds of years without any results, so how can you think Merlin can solve it? Maybe a new brain would be more useful. Nico took out a piece of metal and spoke slowly. Moreover, even if he couldn't eliminate it, he could control the magic power so precisely that the envelope couldn't be destroyed. Okay. My friend has already made this arrangement. Dumbledore could not say anything else, he could only continue to wait, hoping that Merlin would soon realize that this was actually one of the 7 unsolved problems in alchemy in the wizarding world. In Merlin's dormitory, Merlin happened to have a book called Medieval Alchemy Theory at hand and opened it to one of the pages. When Merlin was young, he wanted to see a magic apple and tried to copy or destroy it with less magic power than the original magic apple, but he never succeeded. Finally, a conclusion is drawn. In a magic confrontation, if the total amount of magic released does not exceed the target magic cannot be completely eliminated. This title was later known as Merlin's Apple. There are several more pages of discussion on this issue. Merlin glanced over it and put it aside, and began to think about who designed such a tricky test. Let a first-year wizard at Hogwarts solve one of the 7 major problems in the magic world. Do you really think you are Gauze with ruler and compass? Fortunately, the person who set the question himself did not figure out the problem, but only designed some restrictions. Merlin looked at the magic power flowing on the envelope and quickly came up with 3 or 4 solutions. Just as he was about to start, he stopped and thought of another thing. On the train before, he only showed a few young wizards a rough division of magic systems, and did not fully propose this point. If this test can be used to let the people of the Merlin Alchemy Club know this idea, it should have a great influence and then change the magic world, right? Merlin licked his lips and had a plan in mind. He threw the envelope aside, pulled a roll of parchment and started to write the paper from the beginning. Ernie and Justin were shocked and asked Merlin what he was writing. To read the exciting novels, go to Philonovel Network. Something that can change the magic world. Merlin replied without even looking up. This. Is it fake? The two looked at each other, not believing what Merlin said. But thinking of Snape's comments in the potion class, they chose to do their homework with half belief. By the way, how could the gap between wizards and wizards be bigger than that between wizards and muggles? When they were still doing their homework, their roommates had already begun to transform the wizarding world. Who knows this feeling? It's uncomfortable. Merlin naturally didn't bother to pay attention to the feelings of his 2 godsons. In his hand, he had the metal wand sent by Ollivander, which was just right for casting magic of different systems. Merlin simply copied the 6-dimensional diagram in his mind and began to divide the magic into systems. According to previous experience, the power of magic released by wizards is mainly composed of magic strength, spell mastery, wand matching and other aspects. But in my opinion, the important factor that determines the strength of a spell should be the wizard's magic attribute tendency. Based on the different types of magic that different wizards are good at, I think magic can be divided into 6 magic systems, such as transformation system, strengthening system, etc. Each system has its own direction and use. Because it needs to be explained, given examples, and compared. This paper took Merlin 2 hours to write. Even in Dumbledore's office, Nico and Dumbledore had already discussed the best way to place the Philosopher's Stone. "How about Eris sunglasses?" Nico asked, looking at the huge red cloth covering the object in the principal's office. "What I photographed is not your face, but the deepest desire in your heart. It is really a magical alchemical product that can reflect desire and connect the space inside and outside the mirror. Unfortunately, I didn't find any information about it." Nicholas Flamel was a little disappointed, but soon "I think it is most appropriate to let someone who desires to have the Philosopher's Stone but does not want to use it obtain it. What do you think, Albus?" Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "Indeed, Nico, you make a lot of sense. Voldemort's magical attainments can break advanced magic, but he can't change his inner desire for the Philosopher's Stone. This is indeed a good way." "You're welcome, Albus." Nicholas Flamel waved his hand, put on his erased sunglasses again, and sighed in a low voice. "It's a terrible mirror. Every time I see it, I can't help but think of oh, Merlin's beard." Nicholas Flamel was so shocked that he stood up and held on to the table, his eyes full of disbelief. "What's wrong, Nico? Is it a physical condition?" Dumbledore asked hurriedly. Nicholas Flamel waved his hand and took a long breath. "No, I'm fine, just my blood pressure may be a little high. Just now, the puzzle I left was solved by someone else." Chapter 93. What did you say? Solved. Dumbledore looked like a muggle. After a while, he realized what Nico had assigned to the people. Just this one. Could it be that the sensing was wrong and the boy destroyed the envelope directly? No. Nico shook his head. "The magic mechanism I set up is quite clever. If it is destroyed, there will be no feedback. It can only mean that he really cracked this mechanism. No, I want to see how he did it." Nicholas Flamel couldn't sit still for a moment. He took out a bottle of potion and drank it, then stood up tremblingly after his face calmed down. "Oh, Nico, look at the time now." Dumbledore shook his head and reminded. "Not every little wizard sleeps as late as we do. This is a world-class magical problem." Nicholas Flamel said excitedly. "I know, Nico, but it doesn't matter now no matter how difficult it is. Merlin has solved it, right? We just need to go find him tomorrow to find out." "All right." The principal's office returned to peace. Merlin finished his analysis and lay down on the bed to sleep, thinking about who designed this thing. Who would use this kind of question to embarrass the first-year wizard? Could it be Nicholas Flamel himself? It's impossible. He's hundreds of years old and still so naive. Merlin thought about it, but had no clue. He was too lazy to think about it and closed his eyes to sleep. The next morning, it was Snape's potions class again. Merlin got up and woke up his two roommates to remind them that they should go to class. Ernie and Justin were excited, thinking that Merlin was going to class with them, and they dressed and packed up in a hurry. The next second, Merlin continued to lie down and said goodbye to the two. The two were shocked and asked Merlin why he got up and called them if he didn't go to class. "I'm going to the toilet by the way, reminding you to pay attention to safety during class." "Why?" The two were stunned for a moment, not understanding why Emmeline suddenly said this, and even forgot to question him about calling them to wake up early. "If you don't want to be hit by Snape, Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout at the same time, you'd better be careful." "Why did I offend these three people at the same time?" the two godsons asked sincerely. They really couldn't understand this relationship. If they didn't make a good potion in potions class, Snape would criticize them at most. As for Madame Pomfrey, maybe, when they were injured, they would go to her and listen to her nagging that the professor's course was too dangerous, and it would be better for her to teach them magic safety. But what about their own dean? She didn't even care about the deduction of points, so why would she criticize them for this matter? I heard that what you are going to learn today is the expansion potion, do you understand?" Emmeline dragged out the last word. "I don't understand." The two godsons shook their heads vigorously. "Halloween pumpkin. Professor Sprout has just reserved a large area of land from Hagrid to grow Halloween pumpkins. At that time, these swelling potions will be used on pumpkins. If your mistakes cause problems with the pumpkins, then..." Merlin didn't say anything more. The two little badgers were already wide-eyed at the thought of this terrible situation. No matter how much Snape was scolded in class, he was still the dean of another college. But if he really ruined his own dean's plan to grow pumpkins, he would probably have trouble for the next 7 years. Thank you, Godfather. What do you want for lunch, Godfather? I'll ask the elf to pack it for you. The two immediately became flattering. Back off, I'll handle it myself. Okay, Godfather. The two said goodbye to Emolyn and packed up to go to class. Emolyn continued to take a nap. As soon as he covered his head, he heard the glass start to tap. Another owl. Emolyn was a little surprised. Aren't owls only used to deliver mail in the hall? Why did they come to the dormitory? He stuck his head out and took a look, and instantly came to his senses. There was actually a phoenix standing outside the window. Fox. Merlin recognized it as Fox and called out his name. Fox raised his neck and continued to peck at the window of Merlin's dormitory. Stop, stop, stop. I'll open it for you. Emolyn couldn't help but look at Phoenix's little mouth knocking on the glass. It's not a woodpecker, what are you doing here? Open the window. Fox was very dissatisfied and pecked his arm again. Fortunately, he was protected by clothes and the force was not very strong. Confused, Emolyn asked Fox what was going on and why he came to him so angry so early in the morning. Boo, boo, boo. Fox bit off the letter tied to his body and screamed loudly, even waking up the Sorting Hat. Merlin was stunned. No wonder Fox was in a bad mood. Who would have thought that Nicholas Flamel would stay overnight at Hogwarts and chat with Dumbledore all night? Not only did Fox not sleep well all night, but he was urged by Nicholas Flamel to deliver the letter early in the morning. If Dumbledore hadn't stopped him, Fox would have come here to knock on the glass 2 hours earlier. And because of this, Phoenix didn't even have time to eat breakfast. It seems that his doubts from yesterday can be solved. This question must have been set by Nicholas Flamel himself. Is it really appropriate to test first-year students with such questions? But it's okay. Nicholas Flamel came in person, which means that he can get in touch with him. It saves him from writing to him again. Dumbledore will probably find it annoying by then. Then he looked at Fox. It's really pitiful. I just happened to have some jerky for Norbert. Would you like some? Emolyn took out a few pieces of ream beef jerky, sprinkled them with sulfur powder and handed them over. Ying! Fox cried out happily. Emolyn smelled the smell himself and could only say that Phoenix liked it. He couldn't stand the smell of gunpowder. However, maybe Norbert would like it. Lynn plans to try it another day. Okay, Merlin, go see what Dumbledore wants to talk to you about, don't chat here. The Sorting Hat climbed onto the table and approached Fox to greet him. After all, one person and one hat had been in the same office for a long time, and now there was no sense of distance. The Phoenix cried and pecked off a feather and inserted it on the head of the Sorting Hat. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Wow, Fox, you are so sweet. I'll be the first to come and play with you after I renovate the house. The Sorting Hat and the Phoenix were talking. Merlin was looking at the note written by Dumbledore. Merlin, please come to my office and bring the invitation letter from the Merlin Alchemy Club. Tisk. Merlin clicked his tongue. If he hadn't understood what Fox said, he would have thought Dumbledore was calling him over to talk about this matter. But now, Merlin packed the goodies and signaled Fox to take him back directly. Hey! Fox opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he heard, and cried. Such a big man, but he had to take him back by himself? Is this a human being? How can a mouth with a temperature of 37 degrees say such cold words? Emolyn pouted. He raised his finger and knocked Fox's head. Don't think I don't know that you can easily hang 3 or 4 people with your current size. I'm still a child. Humph. Phoenix turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to Emolyn. If you don't take me with you, it will take me a while to walk there by myself. What if I get lost along the way and can't find my way back? You don't want to come out to look for me again, right? Bing! Fox was furious. He pecked Merlin fiercely and stretched out his legs to signal Merlin to grab his claws. Merlin smiled slightly and raised his hand to grab Fox. The next second, he flew out of the window and flew towards the 8th floor tower of Hogwarts in a strange posture. The speed was very fast, but Merlin did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt a special magic around him, blocking all the cold and the stinging feeling of the wind. There was only a soft wind around him. Merlin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the phoenix could create such a protective layer when flying with people. I don't know if Dumbledore taught it later or it can be understood naturally. I can discuss it with Norbert at that time. If Norbert can be so good, I may become the first wizard in the magic world who truly rides a fire dragon. Thinking of this, Merlin was less angry even when he got up. And soon, 2 shadows appeared by the window of Dumbledore's office. Knock knock. The phoenix opened its mouth and pecked at the glass. Merlin waved and greeted Dumbledore through the glass. Professor! Can you open the window and let me in? Merlin's beard. Dumbledore covered his forehead. He never thought that Merlin would come back with Fawkes in this way. But he still waved his wand to open the window. Professor, it's a good thing your window doesn't open outwards, otherwise I would have to call Madame Pomfrey now. Merlin jumped into the room and greeted Dumbledore with a smile. Fawkes, how could you do this? Dumbledore shook his head. Taking the little wizard to fly in such a dangerous way. Bing! Fawkes opened his mouth and spurted out a smell of dried meat with a sulfur smell. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought that the phoenix would be bribed by a piece of sulfur dried meat? But if this goes on, will Fawkes be abducted by Merlin? Seeing the look in Fawkes's eyes when he looked at Merlin, Dumbledore couldn't help but feel a little worried. Merlin was already looking at Nicholas Flamel at this time. Just like in many photos, his hair was as white as snow, and he wore a simple wizard robe without any badge to mark his identity. But standing there, he had the aura of a real scholar, of Zhao. Good morning, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Oh? Do you know me? Nicholas Flamel looked at Merlin with some curiosity in his eyes. Of course, you look exactly like you did in the photo published in Witch Weekly, nothing has changed. What a talking little wizard. It's been more than 100 years since I appeared in Wizard Weekly, right? I really miss my younger self back then. Nicholas Flamel had a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Sir, can I ask what the difference is between being over 500 years old and being over 600 years old? Emmeline asked curiously. Hey! Nicholas Flamel was stunned. He didn't expect Merlin to be curious about this. Shouldn't he ask about his alchemy or magic insights when he met him? But I can master all that knowledge later, but I can't get such a long life at present. That makes sense. Nicholas Flamel nodded, thinking about how to answer this question. After a while, he slowly spoke. I think my body is better at 500 years old, and I won't break bones by coughing. Now I have to be very careful to avoid getting hurt. That's really tragic. Is calcium supplementation useful? Maybe, but it's not very useful. Listening to 2 people with an age span of more than 600 years seriously exchanging hundreds of years of experience, Dumbledore even felt a little numb. After a while, when Fawkes went back to sleep, he coughed twice to remind them that they could start their business. Chapter 94. Sorry, Albus, I was so engrossed in chatting with Mr. Merlin that I forgot about the business. Nicholas Flamel was a little embarrassed. He nodded apologetically to Merlin. Mr. Merlin, if you don't mind chatting with me, we can have a good chat later. I can treat you to some Gallic delicacies, which should be much better than those from Hogwarts. I'm really tired of fish and potatoes and stargazing. Oh, Merlin's beard, how did you and the British wizarding world tolerate such disgusting food? Nicholas Flamel complained. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Nico, I think you should change your mind, we have different delicacies now. What? Dumpling. It's just right. I haven't had breakfast yet. I'll treat you to a taste. Dumbledore snapped his fingers and summoned Tamer. He took out a piece of dragon meat from his storage and gave it to him. Tamer, please make some dumplings. Okay, Professor. Tamer said, but instead of leaving, he looked at Merlin and asked him what he wanted for breakfast. Just some steamed chicken feet, dragon meatballs, fried squid tentacles, blanched cauliflower, guardian tree seed porridge, and fried dough sticks. After ordering the dishes, Merlin turned around and saw Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel staring at him, feeling a little nervous. What's the matter, Professor, sir? Merlin, is the food you just ordered breakfast? Dumbledore looked surprised. Yes, Professor. This is called morning tea in the ancient Eastern country. It is also available in Chinatown. I was lucky enough to have it once and it was delicious. But, I heard you say chicken feet? What does that mean? Dumbledore looked at Fawkes with a worried look on his face. You're not going to do anything to Fawkes. Professor, this is an oriental name, it is actually chicken feet, 937 is very good. Chicken feet. The two old wizards, who were nearly 800 years old in total, looked confused. They couldn't figure out how this thing could be eaten. But looking at Emmeline's expression, they were a little curious. And what are fried dough sticks? Nicholas Flamel asked. A kind of pasta, puffed and fried pastry, can be used as bread. Merlin explained and then looked at the house elf. Okay, Tamer, just make two and let the professors have a taste of this. Okay, Mr. Merlin. Tamer disappeared. Merlin had taught Tamer how to make these foods before. Not long after, he returned with a tray. On it were the food that Merlin had ordered, as well as the dragon meat dumplings that Dumbledore had specially arranged. Merlin helped to arrange the food and looked at the two people to introduce them. This is steamed chicken feet, this is beef balls, this is porridge, this is fried dough sticks, eat them together. Is it too greasy? Nicholas Flamel looked at the food on the table and finally only dared to choose the light-looking porridge. Dumbledore asked if there was any dessert. Merlin curled his lips helplessly. He is so old, with such a good breakfast in front of him, why is he still picky? If Chuzhong saw this table of rich food, he would be surprised and happy to shout. However, he still asked Tamer to bring them some other seasonings. Before eating, he looked at them again. Professor, although, I still want to say that you can try it this way, it tastes really good. Is it? Well, for the sake of dumplings, I can try. Dumbledore said so, and Nicholas Flamel nodded and agreed to try. Soon, the two followed Merlin's example, soaking the fried dough sticks in porridge, dipping dumplings in vinegar, and chicken feet in black bean sauce. After a while, they stared at Merlin with eyes wide open in disbelief. Perfect! I've never eaten such delicious food. Merlin, you are a genius. Albus, I think the Hogwarts canteen needs a makeover, this is real delicious. In comparison, what you fed me yesterday was like pig food. Merlin hadn't expected that they would actually argue about this. Besides, do the pigs in Nicholas Flamel's family eat so well? But Dumbledore had never started to help himself before. Now that Nicholas Flamel is pushing him, there should be changes, right? Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Dumbledore thought about it, nodded seriously, and told Tamer to prepare 3 meals according to these in the future. Then he asked Fawkes to notify the relevant personnel to post notices in the castle. Host transformation magic world detected. Renovation extent, medium, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, enhanced perception. The host's perception ability is amplified, and it can better perceive changes in the surrounding environment. The moment he saw the prompt, Merlin understood the meaning of this talent. After a moment of trance, he came back to his senses. And after he came back to his senses, the whole world became very different. If he saw the world clearly before, it was now in high definition. He could even see the extremely faint flames emanating from Fawkes's wings, which dissipated as it flapped its wings. There were tiny threads on the clothes of Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, one of which had forked and would be pulled if it was hooked. There was a mixture of several kinds of food, potions, and sulfur in the air. If you carefully distinguish it, you can even distinguish some of the smells that were originally indistinguishable. As for other senses, they were also enhanced. Merlin could only say that this enhanced perception was too amazing, and it improved his basic abilities in disguise. This is simply a surefire way to kill in the magic world. If someone wants to cast magic on him, with Merlin's current reaction ability, he can roughly see the direction of his wand swinging and the first spell he opens when the other party raises his hand. Then he could cast a counterspell to interrupt it directly. With the help of magic detection glasses, Merlin felt that he was now ridiculously strong. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Even Dumbledore. As long as he dared to show his blood bar, he could pass the level without any damage by moving around. Merlin, what are you thinking about? Dumbledore noticed that Merlin's eyes seemed to have some expectation, and he blinked and called him. Excuse me, Professor, I was thinking about something else. What is it then? You are a famous white wizard, and Nicholas Flamel is a famous alchemist. I was wondering who is better, you or Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Merlin found an excuse. After all, he was a first-year wizard, so it was normal to think so. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Nicholas Flamel gently covered his chest to prevent his ribs from breaking suddenly. Merlin, you are really interesting. The last time someone asked this question was decades ago. Who is it? Emmeline was very curious. Is there anyone else who is so boring besides myself? Newt's commander. Nicholas Flamel said a name. Merlin was silent. Sure enough, he should have thought of it. Apart from the serious little badger who is interested in everything, what other students in the academy can ask this question? So, what's the conclusion, sir? You haven't told me who is better among you. Albus, you should tell me. Nicholas Flamel smiled and looked at Dumbledore. Professor. Dumbledore looked at him deeply. If it is a normal situation or outside, I will make the first move and I should win. But if I go to a place where he is ready, then I might lose. After saying that, I was worried that Mo still didn't understand and continued to explain. The strength of alchemy masters does not lie in their own magic power and magic, but in their strange alchemical props. Dumbledore blinked. If you've ever had the chance to visit Nico's house, you'll know what I mean. I can't even get into his living room without using some high-powered magic. So powerful. Merlin opened his eyes wide. Nicholas Flamel smiled slightly, very satisfied with the little wizard's reaction. He grabbed the wand and marked a message. Merlin, this is my address. Come to Devon to chat with me if you have the chance. Sir, I will certainly do it. Nicholas Flamel nodded with satisfaction. Oh, Merlin, come to think of it, I came here because of you, do you know? I think I know, sir. Merlin looked at Nicholas Flamel and nodded seriously. I knew it when I saw the envelope yesterday. Oh? How did you know that? Nico was a little curious. After all, not everyone would let a first-year wizard answer the question about Merlin's apple. Oh? Did you see that this is Merlin's apple? Nicholas Flamel smiled. Of course, you can open the envelope sealed with magic without damaging it and without exceeding the magic power on the envelope. I can still see that Merlin's apple is obviously deformed. Well, I'm curious, how did you solve it? Nicholas Flamel's eyes were full of expectation. I thought you and Professor Dumbledore would be thrilled. I didn't expect it to be so peaceful. Merlin clicked his tongue. The two of them couldn't help laughing. Dumbledore shook his head. Magic, you blamed Nico wrongly. Did you crack it last night? He wished he could go to your dormitory last night to ask you. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have been here last night. As for now, he just took blood pressure medication before you came. It's as if you haven't eaten anything. Having his true colors exposed, Nicholas Flamel snorted fiercely and looked at Dumbledore. They are all hundreds of years old. Who is afraid of whom if they put their old face on the line? No wonder. Merlin suddenly realized. That's what he said. How could an alchemist not be excited when he knew that he had cracked Merlin's apple? Here's the reason. It makes sense. So, how did you do it? What method did you use? Hurry up and speak. Nicholas Flamel urged excitedly. Chapter 95. You mean, which one? Emmeline was stunned for a moment, then slowly spoke. Just, what? What did you say? Nicholas Flamel opened his eyes and opened his mouth, but he didn't close it for a long time. He subconsciously looked at Dumbledore and found that his friend was as stunned as himself, and he looked a little confused. I mean, Mr. Nicholas Flamel, what method do you want to ask? Merlin took out the envelope he received. This is the envelope you sent me. After I saw the problem, I thought about it and came up with 3 or 4 solutions. There are fast, slow, violent, and safe. In order to see the contents of the letter more efficiently, I chose a slightly faster. The 2 people in the principal's office were completely confused. Although they understood every word Merlin said, they didn't understand what it meant when they put it together. This was Merlin's apple. Merlin couldn't even copy it successfully. Merlin could think of several solutions overnight. Who is the god of magic? The 2 of them moved their mouths, not knowing what to say. If Merlin hadn't opened the envelope, they might have thought he was lying. But the envelope was opened intact and the seal was not triggered. There was only one result. Merlin really did it. But before they could speak, the pictures of wizards on the wall of the principal's office couldn't help but. Dumbledore. I think you should fire this lying little wizard. Why are you still eating breakfast in the principal's office? Merlin's beard, if I were still the headmaster, such a little wizard would have been kicked out of Hogwarts long ago. Phineas pounded the table with a furious look on his face. The former headmasters beside him were full of disdain and even mocked him. Phineas, were there little wizards like this when you were the headmaster? I heard you almost had the statue kicked out of the principal's office. As the most hated headmaster in the history of Hogwarts, how dare you say this? It's so funny. If I had a little wizard like this, let alone having breakfast in the principal's office, the principal would give it to him. Phineas didn't expect so many people to confront him at the same time, and he got angry. You, a bunch of principals, do you have any shame? What is the face that can crack Merlin's apple problem? No more. You want face? I'll give you face, right? Follow me. Someone called out, and the others responded, grabbing their wands and rushing into Phineas's frame. In less than a minute, screams continued. Just wait, I'll come back next time and see what you can do. Phineas, covered in dust, ran back to the picture frame of the old house to hide, and before leaving, he did not forget to make a harsh statement. I'm really sorry to let you see this. Dumbledore waved his hand and covered the red cloth on the frame again, blocking the headmasters from spying on the scene. Nicholas Flamel just smiled and waved his hand, without any ripples. It's okay, Albus, some of them have a good relationship with me, it's nothing. Merlin's mouth twitched. Suddenly he felt that this was the real living history. In comparison, the Sorting Hat was so stupid that it couldn't even find the dragon's nest. At this time, Nico finally had the opportunity to ask Merlin. How did you do it? Also, what are the methods you mentioned? Merlin pursed his lips. He simply took out what he had written last night and handed it over. Sir, you can take a look at this first. This is what I concluded based on some of my research. I don't know if it is correct. If you finish reading, you should know what I mean. Merlin knew Nico and the others would definitely ask how he cracked it. When writing this, he specially noted some of his own thinking process in it. By the way, he also put in the theory of magic system and the consideration of metal wands. In this way, even if Merlin came, he would not find his problem. Nikolai and Dumbledore were not even willing to wait for the time to finish reading after taking the sheepskin. They simply copied a copy to make it difficult for them to check together. The more they read, the more shocked they were. Can it still be like this? Magic can be classified like this? It's a bit novel. Black and white are just the user's personal preferences, but magic can be divided into 6 types. The spell matches the wizard's magical talent. Testing magic attributes can help wizards better understand the spells and types they are good at. Merlin wrote very detailed things on the paper. The two of them understood what he was talking about as long as they read it. But after reading it, they still couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Merlin's letter almost overturned the existing magic world's division of magic power and some conventional rules. It is conceivable. Once this article is published, Merlin may become the greatest wizard of the 21st century. But it is also possible to attract a group of fanatics of the old theory to do something else. Both of them have experienced such things. Looking at Merlin, they couldn't help but sigh and were silent for a long time. Merlin, did you come up with this idea yourself? Not really. The two were slightly puzzled, but also relieved. If Merlin had come up with such logic and theoretical perfection alone, it would be too terrifying. But when they asked who came up with it, they heard an even more outrageous answer. I saw it in a Muggle novel. I thought it was very interesting at the time, so I memorized it. But when I actually used magic, I found that it did seem a bit similar. I recently took advantage of various opportunities to study it and found that it is indeed the case. Silence. Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel really fell into endless silence. They had never thought that such a theory was actually inspired by a Muggle novel. What should they say if this is announced at that time? I'm afraid the Ministry of Magic will not agree. Forget it, this problem is too long ago. The two continued to read on to see how Merlin solved the problem of Merlin's apple. Soon they saw several methods given by Merlin. To read exciting novels, go to Novel Network. He glanced at Merlin without expression and sighed that this was probably a real alchemical talent. The problem that has plagued the magic world for thousands of years was solved in one night. The key is that every method seems to be very feasible. Whether it is to neutralize with magic power of corresponding attributes, or to absorb with magic power of the same attribute, or to directly devour magic power. In short, under the conditions proposed by Merlin, this operation can be completed directly. But Nicholas Flamel was more curious about which method Merlin himself used. I just used the simplest one, I can show you the following. Of course you can. Nicholas Flamel didn't even draw his wand. He tapped the envelope with his finger and restored the question he had assigned. Merlin followed with his wand. The magic power devoured it. After the spell was released, a trace of magic power appeared on the envelope, but soon, the magic power on the entire envelope disappeared. The magic power released by Emolyn also slowly dissipated. Perfect. Excellent spell and control. Nicholas Flamel was full of emotion, praising Merlin crazily, and the surprise in his eyes was even more obvious. Emolyn, to be honest, if it weren't for your alchemy talent, I really want to take you as my apprentice and teach you the skills of alchemy. However, you have researched the formula of mithril, and now you have discovered the 6 types of magic. I have a feeling that you will go further than me in magic research. So. Emolyn hurriedly shook his head. Mr. Nicholas Flamel, needless to say, it is impossible for me to accept you as my apprentice. Professor Dumbledore will fire me if this happens. After Merlin finished speaking, the whole room fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Dumbledore couldn't help laughing. Good. Well said. But, Merlin, why do you think Nicholas Flamel's next sentence is to become his disciple? What else? Emolyn blinked, wondering what else this could be other than becoming a disciple. Forward. Nicholas Flamel took a long time to catch his breath. Actually, I want to invite you to become a director of the Merlin Alchemy Club, so that... No. Emolyn shook his head decisively. Why? Nicholas Flamel was shocked. You know, the Merlin Alchemy Club is the most powerful club in the magic world, and the status of the directors is very noble. Countless people are eager to get in, and this is the first time that someone has rejected an active invitation. Dumbledore looked away and wanted to hear the reason. It was also the first time he saw such a little wizard. It's very simple. Emolyn looked at the two of them seriously. Does joining a club make you a member? Right. Can being a director improve my alchemy skills? Probably not. Can you give me more time to study? No. That shouldn't require me to spend time doing other things, right? It seems so. Emolyn shrugged. So, why should I still be one? Isn't it good now? The two were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Merlin to see it so clearly. This is something that many young wizards, no, even old wizards, have never figured out until they died. But this is more in line with Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore's views. Merlin is really a talented and hard-working young wizard. Nicholas Flamel stood up. Looking at Merlin with satisfaction, he said the most important decision of his trip. Merlin, would you like an order of Merlin? Ah! It took Merlin a while to come to his senses and make sure that Nicholas Flamel was not joking, but asking him seriously. Merlin's eyebrows moved, a little surprised. Wait. Sir. Just call me Nico, Merlin, we are equal now. Okay Nico, I hope you are not kidding about this, are you sure the Order of Merlin would be given to a first year at Hogwarts? Maybe not, but we have Albus. Nicholas Flamel looked at Dumbledore and smiled. As a member of the Merlin Alchemy Club, it shouldn't be difficult to recommend a new member who has made great contributions to the club and select a third-level Merlin medal, right? Chapter 96. Indeed. Dumbledore nodded. The Wisengamot Magisterial Council will consider every applicant and recommender equally. Your conditions fully meet the requirements of a third-level medal. Merlin's beard. Merlin was a little surprised. He thought that Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore would be shocked after he took these things out. After all, this was completely different from when he asked McGonagall on a whim. It was a mature theoretical system, and even this theory solved the 1000-year-old magic problem left by Merlin. Merlin thought Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore would reward him. It could be fame, it could be wealth. But he didn't expect it to be the Order of Merlin. This knighthood was also founded by Merlin and is the earliest magic organization in the world. Although after hundreds of years of 493 changes, this knighthood no longer has the purpose when it was first established. But it will still reward all wizards who have contributed to the magic world. Winning the Order of Merlin is still the highest honor in the magic world. For example, Dumbledore won the first-class Order of Merlin for defeating Grindelwald. But this happened a long time after he graduated. Currently known winners of the Order of Merlin almost all won it after they made achievements in a certain field after adulthood. He is still a student at Hogwarts. Even with Dumbledore's care, it should not be so easy to get it. Impossible. Nicholas Flamel waved his wand heavily. If even academic achievements like cracking Merlin's apple cannot earn me the Order of Merlin, what else can I be qualified for? They can even give a third degree to a wizard who killed a few werewolves and vampires. Not to mention your 6-element magic classification system, I think it is very likely to open up a whole new path for the current stagnation of magic. Forward. Merlin had a feeling that Nicholas Flamel was referring to something. It sounded like some unreliable master of the Oblivion spell. But he shouldn't be compared to someone like Lockhart, right? Merlin thought about it. Nicholas Flamel put down his wand and slowly but firmly supported Merlin. Don't worry, Merlin, if they don't agree, I will personally lead the Merlin Alchemy Club to protest to the British Ministry of Magic. Emolin's mouth twitched and he shook his head. Forget it, they should give it to me. After all, if the #1 alchemist in Europe really went to protest at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic, there might be other outrageous news tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If you have any questions, please let me know in time. I will study your theory now. Go ahead. Merlin was a little surprised. This test and examination was much faster than he expected. He thought he would have to defend his thesis or go through other procedures, but he didn't expect Nicholas Flamel to complete all the tasks by himself. In fact, when you received the letter, all the investigations were over. Nicholas Flamel said calmly. The latter one is just to see where your upper limit is, and it really exceeded my expectations. Go ahead, Merlin. I look forward to your development in the field of alchemy. If you have the chance, please come to my house and show you my most proud alchemy work. Definitely. Emolin nodded and agreed. Oh, wait a minute. Just as he was about to leave, Nicholas Flamel called Merlin again and handed him a badge. This is for you. Although it is not as good as Merlin's, it is still very prestigious in many places. Merlin took it and looked at it. There was a set of flashing alchemy experiment props on the badge, which was about the size of a coin. Dumbledore's voice sounded slowly. Merlin, although you may not be able to use it, this badge can be used to buy supplies at a 20% discount at the designated potion and medicinal material supplier. Also, when you are in danger, you can activate the badge, and there will be a magical wave, and they will come over when they sense your call. It is indeed very practical. Merlin nodded slightly to express his gratitude, and then left with the things. He just looked at the badge and suddenly thought of something. To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. He had always wanted to popularize mobile phones in the wizarding world. However, due to the fact that mobile phones now have no overall technology, they are too bulky and not easy to use. So Merlin has not thought of any way to replace them. But when he heard the introduction of the badge just now, he remembered the notification badge that Harry gave to Dumbledore's army later. Since they can achieve this function, it means it is not very complicated. Merlin decided to study it, and it would be best if he could use this principle to achieve the function of the mobile phone. Although there is no video, it is at least more convenient than writing a letter. Maybe I can set a few buttons to find different people. Emolin thought about it and checked the system prompts in front of him again. This was also the reason why he left just now. After getting the badge, several prompts popped up in front of Emolin. Host transformation magic world detected. Renovation scope, huge, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent. Bewitching the host can more easily bewitch the target object when persuading, speaking, chatting, etc., and the target object can act according to the host's instructions after being bewitched. Note, this talent is not a curse and cannot be dispelled. Merlin's beard. It's really hard for Merlin to say now. He finally saw a huge reward. In the end, he was given this talent. It's good, it seems like a miracle. After all, after the enchantment, the target object is basically like his puppet, and it seems that there is no time limit. But there is a problem. It's useless to enchant someone who is not as strong as himself. If the strength is too strong, I can't enchant him. This seems to be useless. And this talent seems to be Grindelwald's. He easily persuaded more than a dozen people in the square with his mouth. Or artifacted, it seems that the ability to bewitch is indeed very strong. I want this. Hush. Wait. Unless. Merlin had an outrageous idea. Why does it feel like this system seems to have transformed himself into a combination of the first and second generation of demons step by step? Grindelwald is highly inflammatory and powerful, but he does not have a good understanding of social conditions. The idea of wizards ruling the Muggle world that he proposed is impossible to achieve in reality. That's why he lost miserably. The second generation of the Dark Lord was even more direct. He only used violence, violence, and violence. When encountering any matter, he would not use other methods if he could use Avada to get the big melon. Therefore, the two Dark Lords were naturally flawed and lost miserably. And now he seems to be absorbing the experience of the two Dark Lords. Super high magic talent and unparalleled talent for bewitching. And he has a good relationship with a group of high-level people in the magic world. Merlin doesn't even dare to think about what it would be like if he became the third generation of the Dark Lord. I.co.c. Chapter 97. What's wrong? Merlin, you seem to be worried. Outside the castle. Hermione looked at Merlin in deep thought with a little curiosity. At noon, she came to find Merlin for lunch and saw that Merlin was thinking about something and even walking was not focused enough. It's okay. I was just thinking about what Dumbledore called me over to. Professor Dumbledore called you. The little witch was surprised. Then she looked around and lowered her voice. Did he find out that you went to the Forbidden Forest to collect materials and wanted to expel you? I heard from them that all the students who had previously ventured into the Forbidden Forest were expelled. Merlin was stunned. Although what Hermione said seemed to be correct. The students who had ventured into the Forbidden Forest before were indeed expelled. But, this was different from him. Don't worry, Hermione. Professor Dumbledore knows that I went into the Forbidden Forest and allowed me to do some research there. He won't fire me. What was that? This is the direction of improving the school menu. Maybe we will know it later. Is it? Min looked doubtful. But when the two entered the hall, they found that the original lunch had changed. Originally, everyone sat at the table and ordered food with their wands. Now, a whole long table was filled with various containers, and there were various dishes in them. The 4 long tables of the colleges were also separated into many small tables. Merlin's beard, has it really changed? Hermione was a little surprised. But looking at the dishes in front of her, she didn't want to delve into what was going on for a while. 19 as long as it tastes good. And it seems to be more convenient to choose what to eat this way. Like before, she often couldn't finish the food. Merlin was impressed by the execution of the elves. It wasn't long after Dumbledore finished speaking, and the elves finished so many things in one morning. It was really not easy. As for the long table becoming a small table, it was also Merlin's suggestion to Dumbledore before. When Dumbledore asked the reason, Merlin only said one sentence. Although the current Hogwarts college system is very good and can strongly cultivate the cohesion of students in the same college, but it is of no help to the communication between colleges. Dumbledore only said that he would consider it at the time, but he didn't expect that the layout would be changed now. Merlin suddenly understood why the system would reward himself with a talent for bewitching. This seems to be something that Grindelwald can really do. Use a set of above-board theories to fool people into believing in themselves and get the desired results. Do I really have the potential to be a Dark Lord? Merlin doubted himself again. He quickly shook his head and thought it was unlikely. He was an honest and kind Hufflepuff, how could he have the potential to be a Dark Lord? There must be something wrong with the system. When Merlin thought of this, Professor McGonagall appeared in the cafeteria, explaining the school's idea of changing the dining mode. Many new wizards were a little surprised. They had just gotten used to long table dinners, and now it was a little novel to change to this. The old students shouted and praised Merlin. They all had their own friends in the school. Before, when they ate, they were restricted to sitting in their own colleges because everyone sat in the college. Now they can finally get together. When McGonagall left, she immediately took her favorite food and sat with her friends. Because of the change in the way of ordering, Merlin no longer went to the fixed long table to eat, but took Hermione to another small table. Soon, Merlin's roommates and Harry also noticed Merlin here, and they all gathered around and sat together, talking about their experience in the potions class. Seeing Hermione did not forget to give her admiring compliments. Hermione, you know, Snape told us in class today that the fireproof potion you improved is very good. What a genius idea, really. I really hope I can learn potions with you in the future. Hermione was a little surprised and a little embarrassed. Ernie and Justin didn't know that this potion was made with the help of Merlin. Her face turned red when she heard this. This is not actually my credit. It's also because of the textbook, right? Emmeline blinked. Ah, yes. It is also related to the textbooks. It is the knowledge in the textbooks that gives me inspiration. Then can we study potions with you like Harry did in the future? Hermione was a little surprised. Aren't Ernie and Justin Merlin's roommates? Why would they think of studying potions with her, leaving the excellent students who were exempted from the potions course by Snape alone? But after taking a look at Harry and Ron, she felt that there seemed to be no problem. Anyway, their potion levels should be similar. But just as she was about to agree, she heard Merlin say something in a low voice. Hermione looked at Merlin with suspicion. No way. If you don't believe me, try it. Then, should I try? After getting Merlin's agreement, Hermione looked at Ernie and Justin hesitantly. Of course there is no problem, but are you really serious about learning potions? Yes. Swear to Merlin, we love potions. Okay. The little witch nodded and took out a few pieces of parchment from the book. Then when you go back today, write down the precautions and improvement methods of the expansion agent. I will discuss it with you before the next class. Hey! The two stared at Hermione in amazement. Wait, isn't this even more terrifying than Professor Snape's homework? Improved method? How can we possibly do this? So what do you want to learn? Hermione looked puzzled. We just want to learn what we didn't understand in class. For example? Is it homework? Yes, yes, yes. The two nodded quickly. Harry and Ron nodded in shock. How could it be like this? As expected of Hufflepuff, why didn't they think of such a good reason? To read the exciting novels, go to Novel Network. Every time they asked Hermione to borrow homework to take a look or directly asked to copy it. Although the little witch would still lend it to them, she would always nag them a few times every time. If they could be like Hufflepuff, wouldn't it be very convenient to copy homework? Hermione smiled and looked at Ernie and the others, shaking her head lightly. No. You have to do your own homework, no copying. Don't think that I can see through your purpose. You leave Emmeline alone without asking for advice, just to copy his homework, right? This. Ernie and Justin looked at each other. They didn't expect the little witch to be so perceptive. They smiled awkwardly and didn't mention learning potions. Harry and the others also laughed and lamented that they were stupid for not doing so. But the next second, Hermione looked at them with a serious face. The same goes for you, don't even think about borrowing homework from me in the future. Oh. Hermione, we didn't say that about you. Yeah, we don't have. However, the little witch was firm. No means no, you have to do your homework by yourself from now on. Harry and Ron looked at each other, full of sadness. Is this the sadness of laughing at others and then falling down yourself? Thinking of having to do homework by yourself in the future, both of them felt a little overwhelmed. What else could they say? A sweet voice came from behind them. Emmeline? You're here. Emmeline turned around and saw Chuzhong and a girl coming over. She seemed to be a little older than Chuzhong, and her figure was already quite strong. She wore a slim-fitting shirt with shorts, and you couldn't even see the trace of pants under the robe. She inadvertently revealed her slender white thighs while walking. With the magic detection glasses that looked like a queen, it was very eye-catching. Merlin, Pinlo has something to ask you. Oh. Merlin suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that the girl in front of him looked familiar. She looked different from the one she wore on the Quidditch field that day. If she was a little restrained that day, today she was almost normal. Not normal, she was a genuine young Black Widow. Hello, Merlin. Penelope took the initiative to extend her hand, with a smile in her eyes. Hello, Senior Penelope. Emmeline responded, and before he could ask what was going on, Penelope came closer to him. Can we talk outside? There are too many people here. Good. Merlin followed Penelope to the side and asked Penelope if there was anything. I heard you were going to open a shop in Diagon Alley, is that correct? That's right. Merlin has been asking the twins and Cedric to spread the news recently. He also proposed a promotion where registered members who reach 493 can buy all the goods in the store at a 10% discount. He harvested a lot of money from the wallets of young wizards. A total of 3,000 to 4,000 galleons. Registered members can pay. No, I'm not here for the membership. What's the senior sister doing this for? Emolyn paused and looked curiously. I did it for you. Pinlo leaned closer to Merlin, deliberately lowered her body and leaned close to his ear and spoke softly. Hiss. Merlin's heart beat, and his hand holding the magic wand hardened. Are all the seniors at Hogwarts so straightforward? Chuzhong just asked her if it was good to watch on the Quidditch field. Senior Penelope's attack was more accurate. But how to answer this? What if Chuzhong invited someone to fish? Before he could respond, a silver bell-like laughter rang in his ears. It seems that the junior student was scared. I thought that the junior student who could change the whole Hogwarts was very powerful. Ahem. Senior, just say it if you have something to say. Emolyn couldn't really tell whether it was Penelope's speed or he was overthinking it, so he simply changed the subject. Okay, you are really not easy to tease. Penelope smiled softly, crossed her legs and stood in a different position, and lifted the hair by her ears and combed it a few times, exuding a cool smell. I want to ask if you can rent me a small space in your shop. Merlin was really a little surprised. The little wizards he met these 2 days were all here to register as members. He pushed them all to Fred and his brother. He didn't expect that the only one who didn't come to register was to rent a counter. It was a bit interesting. However, his store area was really large. If Penelope's things matched the store, it wouldn't matter if they were distributed. So Merlin curiously asked her what she wanted to rent the counter for. Selling things. I have some magazines and novels produced by Ravenclaw students, but it is difficult for them to go through the formalities with the publishing house personally, so they asked me to ask if you have any solution. Well. Emolyn was silent for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He really had to thank Senior Penelope for reminding him. How could he have forgotten such a good deal? Chapter 98. Merlin has always felt that the biggest problem in the wizarding world is that there is too little cultural entertainment. Although there are Quidditch, rock bands, explosive chess, wizard chess and so on, there are really not many books to read. Judging from his experience working at Flourish and Blotts, apart from the greatest wizard of the 20th century, Icon Magic, magic places and historic sites, Born Noble, A Family Tree of Wizards, etc. After excluding the collections of chicken soup, maps, information books and school textbooks, and academic and interest magazines such as Transfiguration Today and Broomstick Encyclopedia, there are only 3 commercial magazines worth reading. Wizard Weekly for Wizards, Daily Prophet which most wizards will subscribe to, and The Quibbler which is extremely maverick in its views. This is too little for the entire European magic world. Moreover, Merlin is very clear about the situation of these 3 newspapers. The Daily Prophet is the Ministry of Magic's speaking window. Most of the news is fake news made by Rita Skeeter, an old bee. The Quibbler was created by Luna's father in an undetermined mental state. Not to mention Wizard Weekly, not to mention publishing recipes, even Lockhart's Smile can be published on it, you can tell what level it is at a glance. Looking at it this way. Merlin just wanted to use the words of a certain great man, these are all third-rate magazines, useless. And Penelope's suggestion happened to remind him of another thing. Who said that the transformation of the wizarding world can only start from the material aspect? Spiritual explosion is a better transformation. Anyway, I'm going to open a store. It's better to use Penelope's magazines directly. It's just right to make it into a place to express my own opinions according to my own ideas. What's wrong? Merlin, isn't that a bit abrupt? If it's a hassle, forget it. After all, the funds we have gathered are limited and may not be enough to pay the rent for the store in Diagon Alley, even for a small space. Penelope sighed and prepared to leave with a little disappointment. No, on the contrary, Senior, I have another suggestion. Oh? What is that? Penelope turned around and asked Merlin if he had any other ideas. Merlin smiled. Senior sister, you accept support? No, it's funding. Penelope paused, pretending not to hear the second half of Merlin's sentence, licked her lips, and threw a wink. Then I have to listen to my junior's conditions. Merlin took a deep breath and stretched out a finger to explain. Penelope raised her eyes and showed a playful expression. Once a week? Not impossible. Puff. Emolyn choked on his breath and took a deep breath to avoid being affected. The senior sister is indeed different from the junior sister. The car is going too fast. If he was not different from the ordinary little wizard, he would have surrendered by now. Also, senior sister Penelope, you are preparing to compete for the prefect, not the student council president of some joke student union. Please don't drive so fast. But he was just thinking about it. If there really is such a student council president in reality, how could the protagonist bear it? However, there is one thing that must be made clear. Emmeline looked at Penelope and said lightly. When talking about business, you can be less of an old lady. Does that mean we don't need to talk about business, but only in private? My junior is really good at this. Penelope chuckled. Mullen pretended not to hear and stated his conditions. 1,000 galleons per month, this is your fee. As for how you spend it, whether you take it all by yourself or hire someone to help you, it depends on your situation. The condition is that you have to help me publish a magazine or newspaper. As for the novels and news on it, you can find someone to write them, or you can write them yourself. As long as I read them every time, I can distribute them. You can decide the royalties and profits yourself. I can provide you with the funds for the first year. If you still can't make a profit later, you know. I understand. It's just that I want you to sacrifice something. No problem. Penelope looked at Emmeline with her electric eyes, raised her hand to throw a kiss and turned away. Don't worry, Junior Mullen, with your 1,000 galleons, I will definitely perform well. By the way, do you have any ideas for magazine or newspaper titles? Let me think about it. Emmeline thought for a few seconds and thought of a name that he couldn't help but smile. Let's call it Young Wizard's Newspaper. Why is it this name? Penelope looked suspicious. To distinguish it from the Daily Prophet. Also, we are a group of young wizards. Is there any problem in publishing a newspaper for young wizards? It doesn't sound like it, but I still find it a little weird. Penelope shook her head. But you are the boss, you have the final say. Penelope turned around and walked away like a cat. Before leaving, she did not forget to give Merlin a wink. I will show you the first draft of the newspaper soon. I returned to Chuzhong and the others. I found that everyone else had left, and only Chuzhong and Hermione were still waiting for me to eat. Where are they? I have classes in the afternoon, so I'm going to rest first. Then why are you still here? Don't you want us to stay here? The little witch's eyes widened. Chuzhong pursed his lips, rolled his eyes and grabbed Hermione. Then shall we go? Wait. I just want to ask, don't you take a nap? No more sleep, we are talking about what you have done. The two of them looked at each other with a bit of teasing. For example, what is it? Emmeline's eyelids jumped and he asked with a guilty conscience. For example, a brilliant fireworks display. For example, the happy time in the amusement park. Chuzhong smiled particularly sweetly, and Hermione also smiled very contagiously. Emmeline blinked for no reason, feeling that his ability to predict danger was not very reliable. Why didn't he issue a warning at this time? If he had known that they would talk about this, he would never show up here. He could just use the excuse that Senior Penelope wanted to see him for something and slip away. But Chuzhong knew Senior Penelope's style, right? Wouldn't it be more terrible if she thought wrongly? To read the exciting novels, go to Philonovel Network. Emmeline's mouth twitched, and he simply thought about how to show his hand. Yes. I did take you to the room of requirement and did what you like most, but you are all my wings. Hiss. Emmeline couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Such greasy words were a bit out of place for him to say. And he didn't know the attitude of the two people on the other side, so he decided to go first. Thank you, Merlin. This is the first time I feel such a romantic thing. Me too. But next time I want to watch the fireworks too. I want to go to the amusement park too. The two little witches spoke at the same time, smiling at themselves. Ah. Okay. After a while, Emmeline breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. Fortunately, it's okay. I saw that you seemed very nervous just now. Are you thinking about something else? Chuzhong interrupted. Ah, yes, I was just about to ask, is Senior Pennant always like that? What kind of thing? Chuzhong was a little confused. Senior Pennant is a very nice person. She studies hard, is warm and kind, and often helps us. So we all want to vote for her in this prefect election. Emmeline's expression froze. Is there anything wrong with her behavior? For example, she likes to hint when she speaks. No, it's all normal. Chu Zhang was even more confused. Even Hermione was asking what Penet had said to him that made Merlin so cautious. Merlin had to use the magazine she wanted to make to block it. It shouldn't be easy, right? Chu Zhang and Hermione are both young wizards in the Muggle world. When they heard about publishing a magazine, they thought of all kinds of complicated procedures and shook their heads subconsciously. I don't know either. I'll ask Cedric or someone else, maybe they know. Then he briefly explained Penelope's idea and the conditions he agreed to. The two of them immediately looked at him suspiciously. Mullen, do you know what 1,000 galleons means? You're just giving it to Senior Penelope like this, aren't you worried that she'll lose it all? Or do you have other ideas? How is that possible? It's obvious that she has other ideas about me. Mullen roared in his heart, but he was calm on the surface, just pulling out Brother Fred to block the bullet. I gave them 1,000 galleons, which is nothing compared to the investment in opening a shop. Moreover, there are many follow-up matters, and this amount of money may not be enough. Okay. After hearing this, the two finally did not pursue the matter further. Then they agreed with Merlin to go to the room of requirement to watch fireworks and play in the amusement park together another day, and then let him go back to class. In the afternoon, Professor Flitwick's spells class was almost Merlin's home court. After easily demonstrating several perfect level spells, Professor Flitwick generously gave Merlin 20 points. They Ravenclaw students were envious, jealous, and angry, but there was nothing they could do. After Merlin said that he had something to do, Professor Flitwick also gave him the green light to go and do his job. And he wanted the first thing to do is to check on Norbert. As the saying goes, you can tell a dragon's age in 3 days. It is especially important to take care of the dragon in the first few days. Although Norbert has been successfully tamed, necessary emotional maintenance is still indispensable. In order to make Norbert less angry, Merlin specially prepared dried meat with ingredients and specially prepared dragon dishes to find Norbert. It was still Hagrid's hut. However, this time when the door was opened, only Hagrid was there, and there was not even the smell of a dragon in the room. Merlin looked around and did not see any trace of the dragon, so he asked Hagrid if he had any dragons. Where did Norbert go? This little guy started sleeping in the dragon's nest yesterday. Hagrid pointed in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Without him here, the whole ground would become warm. Yesterday, it flew to the dragon's nest by itself. Fly. Merlin was a little numb. Although Norbert's growth rate was much faster than that of ordinary dragons, learning to fly in a week was still a bit too outrageous, right? Hagrid was also going. Merlin decided to go with Hagrid to see Norbert's current situation. Chapter 99. The path leading to the dragon's nest was kept clean. There wasn't even a weed on the ground. Merlin even suspected that Hagrid had stepped on it every hour to check on Norbert. No, I've only been here once or twice, well, only 4 times. Hagrid said defensively. Very little. Merlin's expression was complicated. Norbert only stayed in the dragon's nest for 1 day. It took about an hour to go back and forth. 4 times means 4 hours, including the time spent there. Hagrid, you didn't do anything serious, just cared about watching Norbert, right? But it was the centaurs who really did it. Hagrid corrected. Centaurs. Merlin was a little surprised. Didn't he and Firenze agree to patrol the Forbidden Forest to protect its safety? How come there was something going on here? After Hagrid's explanation, Merlin finally understood. It turned out that Firenze came here to check on the situation after knowing that a dragon had settled here. In name, he was protecting the young dragon, but in reality, he was worried that the dragon would threaten the survival of other creatures in the Forbidden Forest. That's really thoughtful. Merlin clicked his tongue, understanding Firenze's idea. In fact, it was true. Even though Norbert was a young fire dragon, the dragon power and some abilities he exuded were far beyond the Forbidden Forest creature's ability to deal with. Especially many timid magical animals, they might be scared to death by Norbert. The centaur patrol was really useful to them. But the centaur was not here now, and Merlin saw that their idea was dashed. But it was not a very important matter, and he could talk about it next time he saw it. Noble baby! Look who's here! Norbert. The two soon arrived at the dragon's nest. Hagrid called Norbert with a special voice, but it was no use. Merlin sighed and whispered a sound similar to Norbert in dragon language. The next second, a flame spurted out of the dragon's nest. A half-meter-tall Norwegian spiny back rushed out of the dragon's nest, flapped its wings and crashed into Merlin's arms. "Oh, Merlin, be careful!" Hagrid exclaimed and was about to pull Merlin. "It hit me like this yesterday, and my skin turned blue." "You are so small, don't." Merlin's beard. Hagrid looked at Merlin in surprise. He moved flexibly when Norbert rushed over, easily avoiding the impact of the fire dragon, and took Norbert into his arms. The whole set of operations did not look like a first-year wizard at all. Instead, he looked like a shrewd old wizard who had been tested in combat for a long time. "Merlin, how did you do this?" "I learned this when I was a muggle. I was often bullied at that time, so that's it," Merlin said casually. This is not a lie, but it really happened in his memory. Hagrid was speechless for a moment. "I'm sorry, Merlin, I didn't know there was such an experience." Hagrid blamed himself. Merlin had told him about his life experience last time, but he brought up these bad memories again. Harry was not an orphan, and he had told him about the miserable life before. Merlin was doing this, which could only make things worse. "It's okay, Hagrid. I'm used to it. And people should look forward, all that is in the past, and now being able to learn magic is already a blessing." After saying that, ignoring Hagrid who seemed to be blowing his nose and about to cry, Merlin concentrated on teasing Norbert. "It's okay. How are you, Norbert?" Chirp. The little fire dragon in front of him had some telepathy with him. After sensing his emotions, he felt lost for a moment, but soon became happy again and cried for food. Okay, I know you want to eat, so I brought you something delicious." Emmeline took out some dried meat with ingredients and handed it to it. "Hoo-hoo!" Norbert was so excited that he jumped up and bit Merlin's robe, his face full of joy. Merlin took the opportunity to ask some other things. For example, whether there were fire dragons following other people in the inheritance, and whether he had heard of the name Leoria. The little fire dragon shook his head, without any waves. Merlin had to give up the idea of getting information from him, fed him new jerky and snacks, cultivated some feelings, and then returned to the castle. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the Fred brothers standing at the door. "Where are you going?" "Merlin, what a coincidence. We were just looking for you. Look, the store you recommended to us has replied, saying that we can go to Gringotts to transfer the money, and we can go to renovate and take over the store at any time. Professor McGonagall came to us just now and said that the Flow network has been connected and we can go to Diagon Alley through the Flow network in her office." Fred shouted excitedly. George didn't say anything, but the smile on his face also revealed this meaning. "Thank you so much, Merlin. We never thought we would have our own store so soon. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have to wait. Thank you so much." They waved the envelopes, their eyes sparkling. "Wait a minute, I have something to tell you." "What?" Merlin told Penelope's magazine. Unexpectedly, the two brothers were so excited. "Cool. This should have been done a long time ago. Our own Hogwarts newspaper, the one that all young wizards need, the Young Wizards paper, how cool. Merlin, you are worthy of it, you can come up with such good content. Fred, George, and I absolutely support this. It's just Ravenclaw newspapers, so just put them all here and sell them." "Okay, thank you. To read the exciting novel, go to Flow Novel Network." Emmeline nodded. The twins immediately shouted exaggeratedly. "Oh, come on, Merlin, you actually thank us. This shop is all yours. Strictly speaking, we are all working for you. You can do whatever you want. You can take anything in our store at will, and we won't charge you a penny." "That's different." Emmeline shook his head. "Friendship is friendship, business is business, even if it is your shop, I have to pay, otherwise how can I settle the bill later?" The two brothers were stunned for a moment, BJDF, and hugged Emmeline after a moment, deeply moved. "Merlin, you are such a perfect Hufflepuff. We love you so much." "Thank you." Merlin nodded, not surprised by the result. In the current magic world, it is already very good to have this speed. What he cares about now is his next invention. The tentative name is Calling Badge. Using specific magic, two people can communicate over long distances as long as they exchange magic signals. In simple terms, it is the principle of the telephone, but the signal is no longer transferred, but magic fluctuations. Use Merlin's own magic to identify the information contained in the magic, and then convert it through transfer to send it to the other party. The principle is not difficult, but there is a most important problem in the implementation process. Energy. This kind of communication is fine for one or two, but when there are more, the biggest problem is that Merlin does not have so much time and energy to control such high-precision magic. And ordinary wizards do not have such strong strength. Unless... Merlin sighed and felt a little sorry for Nicholas Flamel. He had set his eyes on his philosopher's stone as soon as he met him, as if it was premeditated. But I believe that with his vision, he will definitely understand his invention and support him. Even if it fails, Nicholas Flamel will definitely give him some advice. Thinking of this, Merlin hurried back to think about the call batch. After communicating with the twins for a few more words, he went to the room of requirement to start thinking about the production of the batch. While Merlin was studying, Harry was receiving special training from Wood on the Quidditch field. This is the quaffle, and this is the bludger. Wood opened the box and introduced the two most common balls in the game to Lee. But these are not important to you, you should focus on this. Wood took out a small golden ball and released it. In the blink of an eye, the ball flew away and disappeared. No one knew where it went. Harry was stunned and looked around, but he could no longer see it. Wood? I can't see it. Are you sure it's not lost? Harry pushed his glasses and asked. Wood shrugged and said he had no idea. That's what being a seeker is all about. You have to do this before the opposing seeker finds and grabs it. What if I can't find it? Harry asked nervously. Although he caught the memory ball thrown by Malfoy, he had no confidence in this thumb-sized golden snitch. Wood looked at him with a complicated expression. Trust me, Merlin, you don't want to know. Of course, if you dare to play such a long game, I believe Professor McGonagall will definitely fail all of us, do you understand? Everyone failed the exam and was expelled from school. Understand? Harry's face changed with fear when he heard this, and he quickly picked up the broom and began to train seriously. In the next few days, Merlin's life was extremely busy. Every day, in addition to attending his own dean's class, he went to the room of requirement to study the calling batch. He didn't even have time to go out for meals. If the elves couldn't enter this room, Chu-Jong and Hermione wouldn't have to bring him meals. After 4 consecutive days of seclusion, Chu-Jong and Hermione couldn't bear it anymore, and came to the room of requirement to persuade Merlin to rest. Merlin, do you know that research is not just a one-time thing? Although I don't know what you are going to invent, I have never heard of anyone making an alchemical product in just a few days. So, don't exhaust yourself, you also need to replenish your energy. Wait, what did you say? Merlin's eyes suddenly lit up and he stood up. I said you need energy too. Yes. It's a matter of energy. How could I have forgotten the energy problem? Merlin suddenly realized it, and then immediately rushed back to the table to start recalculating. Soon, Merlin waved the parchment in his hand happily. He subconsciously hugged Hermione and Chu-Jong. I figured it out. I figured it out. The two of them blushed, but they didn't know what to say. They could only wait for Merlin to calm down before asking him what he had just thought of. Wait a minute, I need to write a letter to Nicholas Flamel. Wait, who are you talking about? The two little witches were completely petrified, and stood there in a daze. Nicholas Flamel? Isn't that the legendary alchemist? What is Merlin going to do? Chapter 100. You want to write to Nicholas Flamel? Is he Professor Dumbledore's friend, the oldest alchemist in Europe, the alchemist who discovered the Philosopher's Stone? Chu-Jong opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. Hermione still had no idea who this person was. She felt like she had heard of the name before, but had no impression of it at all. Chu, I don't remember this guy being in the greatest wizard of the 20th century, but it sounds familiar. Of course not. Chu-Jong said seriously. Nicholas Flamel is a wizard from the 14th century. He has only lived to this day and is very low-key. He has not even appeared in interviews in the past 100 years. I remember it. With Chu-Jang's explanation, Hermione suddenly realized. Merlin also sighed, as expected, the little witch's memory is still the same as in the book, and she will miss this information. If Chu-Jong was not there, I'm afraid she still won't be able to find it later. But has he established contact in advance? Merlin was thinking about things, but his hands were not slow, and he quickly wrote a complete letter. In the beginning, he apologized for not having time to see Nicholas Flamel off, and in the middle he said that he used the badge to order a batch of magic materials, which really saved money, and expressed his gratitude. In the end, he showed his true colors, talked about the calling badge he had researched, and asked if there was anything with enough magic power to act as a battery and relay. He didn't even have time to wait for the ink to dry, and used magic to dry it directly. Who of you has an owl? No. The two shook their heads. Well, it seems that the owl shed can send letters. Merlin sighed, feeling deeply inconvenienced. But thinking that his invention was to solve this problem, he felt that everything was worth it. The two little witches didn't understand what Merlin was doing, but just by looking at his excited look, they guessed that this must be something. After Merlin briefly explained the principle on the way, the two were completely dumbfounded. This, how is it possible? Merlin, you are so awesome, aren't you? I have never seen any magic or alchemical item that can transmit messages remotely except the howling letter. This is simply a miracle. Merlin, I'm really curious about how you came up with this alchemical tool. It's a phone call. Merlin blinked. Don't you have a telephone at home? Forrid. The two little witches were stunned for a moment. They did have a telephone at home, but after coming to the wizarding world and gradually getting used to life in the wizarding world, they never thought that there would be a telephone in the wizarding world. After all, from what they saw, the wizarding world doesn't even have electricity, and basically uses magic to accomplish various things. And Merlin can always give them some new shocks in such places. Whether it's the magic detection glasses before, or the call badge now. They are all things that can subvert the daily use of the wizarding world. Walking on the road, Hermione and Chujong couldn't help but look at Merlin. A deep sense of powerlessness arose. How could there be a little wizard who is good at studying, deep in spell research, good at making potions, and good at alchemy? Compared with Merlin, they feel like a complete muggle. No, in fact, you are already very powerful. Merlin felt the little witch's mentality and hurriedly comforted the two. Hermione, you have extraordinary talents in potions and spells, and you are extremely talented in transfiguration. You also have a strong learning ability and are the darling of every teacher. This has surpassed 90% of the little wizards. Chujong, you are good at studying and sports. I heard that all the boys in Ravenclaw are eager to challenge me to a magic duel. This is enough to show how good you are. After hearing this improper way of consolation, the two rolled their eyes at the same time and poked Merlin at the same time. It hurts. Merlin screamed in pain, but the two people behind him giggled and looked much happier than before. Okay, but I still envy you. I don't know if I can accomplish so many things in one day. Of course you can. All right. The little witch's face looked much better. Chujong was beside her and asked how Merlin knew Nicholas Flamel. That's the metal magic wand I saw before. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Yes. The two nodded. They all knew about this matter and considered whether to change to a metal wand. Later, they thought about the price and still couldn't bear it. After all, a new wand has no subsidy and costs a full 40 galleons. Even if they made some money, they couldn't afford such expenses. They would rather keep it to buy other things. But, can such a wand attract Nicholas Flamel's attention? The two still don't believe it. The wand itself can't do that, but what if I also invented the formula for the mithril? What did you say? The little witch was completely confused and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Especially Hermione. She had been doing experiments with Merlin for so long, but she didn't know that Merlin had researched this thing. You're hiding this from me. I really forgot. It wasn't me who said that about Nicholas Flamel. It was Professor Dumbledore who told me that. Or he came to me. What? Merlin's, not. Merlin, wait, Merlin's beard. Merlin. What did you say? I only found out when Nicholas Flamel came to Hogwarts to see me. You. The little witches were so shocked that they were speechless. It seemed that they could no longer understand what Merlin was saying. Nicholas Flamel, the most powerful alchemist in all of Europe, actually came to Hogwarts to find a first-year wizard for the mithril formula. Even fantasy novels would not dare to write about such a thing. The two looked at Merlin with extremely complicated expressions. At first, they thought that Merlin was just a little bit better. Now it seems that he is not just a little bit better. They even suspected that Merlin would be listed alongside the names of wizards who appeared in the history of magic and become the subject of Professor Bin's lectures. This should be possible. Emmeline said proudly. How come I didn't know Hufflepuffs could be so boastful? That's right. The two little witches rolled their eyes and didn't believe Merlin's words. Merlin's breath got stuck in his throat and he had to swallow it hard. Okay. You don't believe it, right? Wait until the medals of Merlin Alchemy Club and Merlin Jazz Corps are shown together, and see how you react. Seeing Merlin get angry, the two little witches laughed out loud. Okay, I was just teasing you. We believe you will definitely be on par with them, but we don't know when. 1 year. Emmeline said firmly. What do you mean? The two of them stood there in shock, looking at Emmeline. I said, in just 1 year, I can be on par with them, do you believe it? Emmeline exudes an incomparable confidence and